budget hearing. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we please all rise for the pledge of allegiance. Greg, do you want to lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, to the members of the public, this is the sixth Board of Finance hearing related to the fiscal 25-26 budget. This Saturday morning, March 29th at 9:30 a.m., there is a public budget hearing scheduled at Ward High School devoted to taking public comment on the budget. If there are remaining items to be discussed or follow-up issues after Saturday, we have a tentative meeting scheduled on Monday, March 31st, prior to the budget vote scheduled on April 2nd. Residents are encouraged to send comments and questions to the board via the link on the Board of Finance page on the town website. We also provide a forum for live public comment that's relevant to the budget topics on each hearing's agenda. Live comment can be provided in person or via Zoom. Public comments limited to 3 minutes per person, and it will take place before the board's deliberations. This provides an opportunity to make a statement, but it's not a Q&A format. If residents have questions or want to have a discussion on any specific item, please use the link on the town website to reach out to board members in writing. If you were on Zoom tonight and wish to make a statement this evening relative to tonight's agenda, please use the chat function now to indicate your name and address and that you'd like to be heard, and we'll open for public comment momentarily. Tonight's agenda is devoted primarily to discuss follow-up questions from previous meetings where the town has provided additional data for the board to review. In addition, we'll cover the legal budget, the HR operations budget, which was carried over from a previous meeting that went late, and some follow-up items related to insurance and claims. The portion of the insurance and claims discussion that relates to litigation will be held in executive session, as will the discussions related to the contingency budget that relates to ongoing negotiations under collective bargaining agreements. Okay, so before we move to item 3, is there any public comment? Anyone in the chat? No.
No? Okay. All right, so we'll move to item 3, administrative in general, and we'll start with HR operations, which is Department 1330. That's on page 64 of the budget book. There's additional information on page 2 of the posted backup, and board members have previously received some other materials from the HR department. So I would like to welcome our HR director, Kathleen Simpson, and Assistant Director Peter Ritchie. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And
I'm speaking for that.
Yep,
Yeah, okay.
correct.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the follow through because it did get late the other night. And just to start, I want to do a little bit of a do-over,
Okay.
just because we've had a meeting because there was a little confusion over our head count. So I do believe we got into what we do. I think we know that. We got in that part. We talked about our phone last time and about our over budget with the phones. And we didn't get into the staffing, the bulk of that. And what we presented, there are a couple of things. And again, just to be clear, we're asking to have 6 head count. And we've been directed to, right now we have we're looking to get an HR director, obviously, an assistant director, keep that, benefits manager, stay with that. Labor relations specialist, which we've had. We have a senior HR administrator, which I believe we got into last time, but explain that. That position was previously with a HR paralegal. And we found that position really wasn't, trying to get, figure out what we needed. It really wasn't beneficial to the department because the person was primarily just doing FOIA and not able to assist us with like ADA compliance, FMLA, the things that we had to do day to day. So when the HR paralegal left, we reconfigured it, and so we really could use more of an administrator to cover the heavier lifting that we needed, or that we continue to need. And then an HR analyst, that was also an HR administrator title. Haven't changed the functions except that the HR administrator was more of a secretarial type level. And we really needed more of a support staff who could, again, deal with the many issues we have with benefits, deal with the many issues we have with day-to-day questions and operations on just the payroll issues with understanding Munis and Paycom, which they both have been right now getting training on, and being able to bridge that gap in a much more critical thinking way. So we're asking tonight that the major change is just to make the HR analyst, which we put in as a part-time, as a full-time. And that position would give us, right now they're at 29.5 hours. That would give us approximately 5.5 additional hours to focus on FOIA. Right now, the FOIA analyst is working 29.5 hours. It's temporary. It's been hugely helpful because right now, our FOIA requests have doubled, it may just be because of our next request, but it also could be that we have now a data ability to have a portal, if you will. We can track FOIAs or not like, piecemeal on email or on, people writing things on, receipt, I don't know, wherever. So we really can track them. And also the nice thing about it, we have it open so the public can see what are people asking for and what are they getting, which is a great thing. So do I think that might maybe add more requests? Possibly. You can, which is not a bad thing, but it does increase the demand. So right now, our temporary person is working 29.5 hours. They're behind, but we are doing so much better than we were before without this position. However, with knowing that what we're going through at the budget right now, we have been asked to consider having the HR analyst take that on. It might be half an hour to an hour a day with FOIA. It may not be as fast, but we'll get to it. And that was the change. But everything else pretty much from the last time we came here, and again, want to support so much. I want to thank this board because they've been very supportive of making HR, getting the functions we need, getting the right people in place and being supportive of that. And we want to continue to provide those services. Unlike most HR departments, you usually don't have FOIA. And it's just the way it is in Fairfield, which is fine, we have it. We also have ADA compliance. I'm the ADA coordinator for the town, which means I do more than just employee requests. I also handle the requests for the town. Like for instance, I need access into a building, or I need access to a meeting, or there are a number of things that I also need to sign off on when there's building construction that I need to sign off on and review. So it does take a team with legal and with engineering, but it's also another added item that HR has. I understand the risk is being reconfigured. We still have it though, so I kind of set it aside. And we still will take on the risk for OSHA, workers' comp, and related items, because that does belong in HR. So just trying to get it was late last time, so just trying to get back to where we are now today. And we have provided, or it might, forgive me, my eyesight's a little weird. I'm in between surgeries with cataract and LASIK, so I may ask Peter to help me. But with the sheet, Peter,
Sure. So you should have received, and I think I saw it with some folks' screens, the handout, which attempts to just show, okay, what's the budget book show as far as the numbers being requested on the left-hand side, if you will, the blue shaded areas. And then which you can see there's really no change that's being requested against that, as Kathleen just described. And then on the right, these are actual. We wanted to at least provide some translation to what do we look like today. And again, this really just fits to what Kathleen has been speaking to throughout her intro. So hopefully that helps give you a numerical representation, not just the verbal that she described.
Quick question on the numbers.
Yeah.
So, you've got the FOIA analyst, this is part-time, moving to full-time. The number listed in the actuals as 46. What's the full-time number that you're requesting?
That would be 78,686.
But we're not asking for the.
We're not asking for
The
that.
FOIA analyst, but I think we want to, we did last time and we've been.
Yeah.
Directed now to, we're going to, we want to get the part-time person who's the HR analyst, who's part-time 29.5 to full-time. And then the extra time that we would add there, that person could pick up some of the FOIA.
So you're staying in 6 like that.
Yes,
The left-hand side.
yes, sorry, that was a little confusing. So this temporary position is done June 30th. Okay,
We just want to show actual on the right
Sorry.
versus budget projected left.
And just, can I just follow up to that? So I see that on the left-hand side of the page, that matches the request in the budget book for the fiscal 26 requested. The fiscal 25 actual, even without the FOIA person, is different than the budget book. So it says 656,998.
yeah.
And we have 638,185. So could you help us understand what that difference is? And then with the FOIA analysts that we have currently, and I have a follow-up question on that, but for the FOIA analysts we have currently, when you add that in, that comes to 703,018, which obviously exceeds last year's budget. So how do we have a current configuration that exceeds the approved budget? Like right on this, we're showing fiscal 25 actual, we're showing 703,018. But the budget book for the fiscal 29 approved budget shows 638,185. So is this just full year salaries and maybe, I don't know if you covered it through vacancies or whatever, but are we running over on budget or
The temporary.
what's the
in addition.
difference there?
Okay, so Peter, I'm gonna have you, because Peter's got to, here, I'm gonna have him speak to the numbers.
Sure, so the, trying to remember all the questions you were asking, so keep me honest. But in terms of the numbers, we had asked for a part-time temporary FOIA analyst as described, because the volume literally has been doubling. I have actual numbers if you care to hear them. That wasn't in the budget book a year ago. We did not anticipate that. We had used the paralegal as described and rejiggered our focus as far as what we were looking to support or, bring value. In
But I would also add that too, that's helpful. We also did not hire a full-time HR assistant. We hired a part-time analyst. And we hired a part-time person, and then when the FOIA was a crisis, we discussed it with the administration and we were allowed to get a part-time FOIA person to help us get.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I just understand this.
Yeah.
With the addition to the FOIA person in the current year,
Okay.
fiscal 25, that's showing us coming to a total amount of 703,018, which exceeds the current year budget. So are we actually exceeding the current year budget, or did we pay for that FOIA analyst with some savings elsewhere?
Peter, I think you may have a Peter adjustment if you'll follow us to the Peter contract that you've included
It's,
in your actual that was not in the budget book.
thank you. That was the first part of your question, I believe, is why is the number just
Yeah.
generally higher? We attempted to show the percentages of increase on the right-hand side, so just visual. Right over here, you'll see a lot of 2.75s. These representatives, these team members follow PETA. We're not in a union for reasons I believe the board all understands, the nature of the role, confidentiality, et cetera. But we do follow PETA. So that's why you see a lot of 2.75 percentages there. There was a slight offset, again, to just build on what Kathleen said, because we had a full-time head as the HR analyst. We actually backfilled it or hired it at a part-time level and then carved off some of that money to help pay for the FOIA, to offset some of the temporary FOIA. So we have those two components in play.
And I would add too that the HR paralegal followed Thea. I'm the only non-follower in the HR world. And so the HR, the senior HR administrator follows PETA,
PETA, yes.
which is a higher, richer contract.
Okay, and sorry if I'm being dense here.
You're not.
2.75% in raises, those were not reflected in last year's approved budget, or were they sitting in contingency?
They're in contingency.
Okay. Got it. So the numbers on the sheet, on the backup, reflect the numbers that are the actual salaries today. And that's
Yes.
what you're comparing to the budget. So I understand that.
Now, Jim, when you say sheet, what sheet are you?
The backup,
talking about?
the-
So many sheets.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's posted backup so it's page 2 of the posted backup. And it's this analysis that compares, it says scenario. Yes. Okay. Right, so what I was trying to understand, Jim, was if you look at that fiscal 25 actual. Before you get to the FOIA analyst, there's a total of 656,998, which is higher than the approved budget to start. And then on top of that, it appears that we have a FOIA analyst in the current year, bringing the total budget to 703, which again is about, I don't know, $70,000 or so higher than the approved budget. So I was trying to understand whether that's actually, that's just showing current salary. It's not showing what the run rate of what the department's doing, right? Are you currently paying for that FOIA analyst some other way out of savings, or are we to be estimated transfer, or where is that money coming from?
Good transfer. That's important.
I believe that's
This
how
is
we,
someone who's hired earlier than
They don't work
in a year.
No, they don't. The FOIA person's still there. They're temporary and they're still there.
Okay,
But they're not going to be there. And they could leave tomorrow. I mean, we wouldn't want to lose them, obviously. It's very helpful, but it's not a permanent solution.
yeah, I think I
Yeah.
understand the answer. So
Yeah.
with the current FOIA analyst that we have in the current year budget, we're running over budget. And in the department, and we're gonna be asking for a transfer to. Correct,
It depends on, maybe for the part-time, but in terms of the salaries that are over budget, those were in contingency and they were in the.
yeah, that part I got.
Okay.
I was just looking at in total. Okay, I got the contingency part, then we have this extra 46,000, so that is.
That is something that we'll have to address, that maybe.
Okay,
What did they
yes, I'll take a break.
Yeah. Real quick, sorry. It Seems like sorry, I have to talk for the microphone. It seems like we have an inconsistency year over year of how we've handled raises. Because in last year's approved budget, for example, the Human Resources Assistant Director, the budget was 121,059. The actuals are 127,808. That's a 5.5% increase. I understand the difference between those two things were in contingency. We just talked about that. I don't know if that's a 2-year adjustment for the contract. That difference was held in contingency, but the number for this year's budget is going up by the 2.75, so not held in contingency. Is the difference in treatment of the result of a contract being in process versus settled? Is that why it's
Several years.
no, I get the 5.5, which is a couple of years in arrears, but there's the 2.75. Why is this year's raise not in contingency as well? Is it just that the contract's not in dispute?
No, yeah, because the contract's now valid past the date, so it's able to be.
Okay, all right, then, that's clear. All right, thank you.
Do you have questions? Mr.
Yeah. When did you realize, either finance or HR, between the two of you, when did you realize this budget was gonna be over? Because you have a duty, the moment you realize it's gonna be over, to come to the board of finance. You don't have the right to continue on paying these salaries and just hope and pray that we're gonna switch them at a later point. The moment it's realized that you are gonna go over, you actually have a legal right to come back to us and to say, we need more money to the Board of Finance. When did you realize that you were gonna be over?
I didn't think we realized we're gonna be over. I had a conversation we wanted the temporary position, and we had these decisions to put a part-time person for the HR analyst and then a FOIA, a temporary person because of the need. And my discussions at that time was with Frank, the budget director, who approved the hiring
When?
of,
What was that?
it had to be before he left because he left. Trying to think now, I think he left before the first of the year,
Yeah,
I
it was
believe,
about-
yeah. And this was approved and we thought on the numbers, we had the money. So, and it was again for a temporary position. The other positions, we had approval for the part-time position as an HR analyst. And then for the full-time position as the senior HR administrator, which I, as explained, was replacement for the HR paralegal.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how the budget last year that was approved was 638, 185. That's what you had in the budget. And then you're spending 703, 018. And that's a difference of being over budget, to me, of 64,833. And you're having the savings, you're saying, a variance in the HR analyst of 24,996.
But, 24,000 of that is coming out of contingency.
That's where it's coming out of contingency?
Yeah,
Okay.
Were there vacancies, savings that were used to cover some of the salary of this FOIA analyst or
There
not?
was-
A little bit, not a long, we did have
So
a,
It is gonna be over budget in total, okay.
well, we
I
did,
don't-
yeah,
I-
yeah.
So
But-
to Mr. Walsh's point, I don't wanna get off track, because that's the current year budget, but
Mhm.
it's good to have the comparison, but we do need to get a transfer request in place. I don't think we're over budget for the year yet, because we're only partway through the year, but if that were to actually exceed last year's budget, we should have a transfer request before you exceed that.
And I
So-
can also answer, there was some time of a savings, we can get that number for you.
Okay. And we can look at that when we do the transfer, but we should do transfers timely.
But who approved the FOIA analyst? It wasn't you, right? You just didn't. do
No,
that.
I can't do that.
Who does, who approved
Walsh?
that to you?
It is it's the way that we work with positions, including temporary. We go to the budget and we also speak to the administration. And based on the need for FOIA, it was approved. And at the time, the numbers look from what Frank, and I'm not gonna throw him, but we all collectively said, this seems to make sense. And we have the money to have this temporary position.
But Frank doesn't have the authority to approve this temporary position in the money.
No, it's collective, as I indicated.
So it was Bill Gerber?
He wasn't in the room, but we had, the interim CFO, we had Frank, we looked at the numbers at the time and realized we needed that. And also, again, I will say this, that we understand it's temporary, we could stop it at any time. So it's not like we're hiring a permanent position here.
So you didn't realize when you hired the person that you were gonna be spending this 46,020?
I didn't know it was, at that point, it was a temporary position. I did not sit there and do the numbers for how long he was gonna be there, no.
And can I add,
Go ahead.
apologize, just to clarify on something. That's an annualized number, the 46, that's
Yeah.
29 and a half hours
Yeah.
times $30 an hour times
Right,
52
yeah.
weeks.
Right,
He hasn't been in place the entire year.
Yeah.
So I think the source of truth would be, for me, we could go look in Munis and see what the actual spend has been, and that's.
So that would be the annualized cost if we started spending it on July 1st of 24.
Correct, yes. Yes,
Okay.
So can I
Why-
make a suggestion? I think part of this discussion, should be had if we have a transfer, if in fact we need a transfer, not clear. We're
Yeah.
gonna need one because that's a full year that we're not spending. There might be other vacancy savings. Somebody in looking at this thought you'd be able to pay for this within the existing budget, so we can figure that out. I think what's relevant here, though, is you're showing us what you currently have in the department today versus your budget request. So we'll get back to this other question on, potential transfer. But the reason for showing this analysis is you're saying, today I'm operating with the equivalent of annualized salaries of 703. And you're asking for a budget of 694. Is that
And
fair?
yes, and
Okay.
I apologize for not
No, no,
having
no,
more of
that's
the
okay.
numbers
I
here.
just wanted to
So,
make sure we all know. what
okay,
we're looking at.
all right.
Okay.
So when we have our quarterly that's coming up for the third. What's gonna show as that number for the FOIA? And then, do you have any idea? Do you have any
We
idea
didn't
what the
project.
run rate is? You project.
There's variables, I mean,
Okay.
how long would we keep the FOIA analyst?
Okay. You know what'd be nice is if you guys during a quarterly would say, hey, by the way, we've now hired a FOIA analyst that has been approved by the administration. And there's gonna be, you show vacancies, and I know that's a vacancy report, but you're not showing new positions. And I guess maybe we just been stupid enough. This board has been stupid enough not to ask you guys to also produce a report saying what new positions have been approved. That there's a run rate on now in the entire town, and maybe that's just something that we're gonna have to ask for. Like, I just never presumed that we'd be hiring for positions that weren't in the budget.
Well, to your point, I understand. I think that this board's stupid and I don't think anyone's trying to like pull the wolves on anyone's eyes at all. But I think a vacancy report is a good idea and that's something that should happen regularly.
No,
We know that, and
We have.
yeah.
I think we're getting off track.
Okay.
But I would say that what we heard during the quarter.
Yeah,
Was that whatever headcount you had in
Okay.
place. We didn't hear otherwise. We didn't
Okay.
hear that it wouldn't be able to be paid for out of your existing budget. It sounds like when you looked at this, you thought you could pay for this out of your existing budget. So looks like that has to be revisited depending on how long this FOIA analyst stays in place. So. Okay, but can I just, I have a question though, on the actual budget.
the actual one, okay.
So it sounds like this FOIA analyst has been helpful. And they've been working 29 hours a week and you're catching up, but you said you were still behind.
Yeah.
So in next year's budget, you don't have that person. You're gonna have 5 extra hours from an analyst
Mhm.
versus the 29 hours that you're having now. So we have less time to deal with FOIA. I guess the other thing that's changing is that risk management today is being handled by Peter, right? So we have a risk manager in the budget. So with Peter able to shed some of that responsibility, that frees up more time in your department overall. right?
Yes, and yes, it
So
should.
you've got, so you're getting, so if I were to compare year over year, there's differences in the job duties. But what you're asking for versus last year is moving one person from full-time to part-time, which gives you a few extra hours. And the other thing you're getting by virtue of having a new risk manager is you get some of Peter's time freed up. So that gives you additional capacity in your department, right?
Correct.
And is that, are you gonna be able to keep up with FOIA? Is that a concern?
It's a concern not because, look, and again, I'm not trying to, FOIA is a big thing. It just because it takes a lot of work for one person in the sense that, and I guess, I'm sorry, I don't want to pull you up, John, but you know that from the city of Bridgeport, it's a lot of work and I think Neil, our next request has really helped tremendously. Some of the reasons are too, that we're antiquated with our records. So you gotta go in the basement, you gotta dig out the stuff, you gotta redact things. We're trying to get to a point, and I know that we've had discussions with the administration. One of the things that would be good to get, we know we need, is get things digitized and automated, and transparent, like checkbook. I don't know if you've heard of that, but they have checkbook and like the state has it. Some municipalities have it, state of Atlanta, Atlanta has it, city of Atlanta, where you can see every transaction all the way down to the exact thing. And they can see it all through the whole transparent, you can see it. And I think that things like that would make a huge difference as opposed to, and again, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone because there's enough fault to go around with all the records sitting in files, sitting in the basement, trying to get. It's really tough even with, I'll just make an example of trying to get to the bottom of the backup with some of the finance records, because you got to go through, it's crazy, CDs of bank statements to see if they match because of the way things were kept. No fault of anyone in finance, but just we need to get more modern with that. So I think that that's part of the issue. And also having someone to be able to go through supervised, who knows when to redact, knows when to be able to make sure, because when in doubt, you don't want to give it out, because if you do, you could give out personal information, social things like that. You got to be very careful with that. So a lot of the problems also too is our emails. People ask for emails for like years from all different people everywhere, and you got to go through them all, and it takes a lot of time. And that's the source of the time suck of that. So
But
yeah.
Kathleen, do we have a digitization initiative up for next, like what's gonna change next year that's gonna reduce that?
I don't have that.
So I guess my question is,
yeah.
do we still need a FOIA analyst for next
Yeah.
year? Or do we?
We
have-
always could use a
with the
FOIA analyst.
changes with Peter's, with freeing up some of Peter's time, does that cascade? And then with this extra person going from part-time to full-time, do we have adequate resource in your department to keep up with this, or are we just going to be falling behind again in FOIA?
That's a good point. I think that we will be okay with FOIA, but I think we'll remain behind because it does require the 29.5 hours devoted to it. Doesn't seem sufficient to keep up with it. There's also hearings we're dealing with as well, which take time to prepare for, and you've got to go there. I mean, I've got to go there as the HR director all day in Hartford for one, that I have to deal with, and then you got to prepare for it. So I would but I think that a lot of times that, and we do have help. We have our town attorney who helps us with that and get through it. So I think that right now it's behind. Do I think it's going to get super ahead? I would say no, but I don't think we're going to be in dire straits because we've been keeping it together, if that makes sense. I don't know if,
Mr. Rotolo?
yeah.
Just, I mean, you think a year from now, you're gonna come back to us and probably ask for a full-time FOIA person.
Yeah.
It's happened in Bridgeport. We set up a portal in Bridgeport, and it basically made it really easy for people to file FOIA requests,
Yeah.
which ballooned the request coming in, and it's we have a lawyer in our office doing this full time, which is a waste of time.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a lot of lawyers doing it. So I think we need to be patient with this board. With respect to you and the administration, trying to figure out the best way to approach and handle FOIA. I think in Bridgeport, what we're trying to do now is actually hire a full-time FOIA person. The other thing you might start to do is start training your department heads to take responsibility for FOIA. For about 3 or 4 years, every FOIA request that came in the city of Bridgeport came to our office. And it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
But that requires educating department heads, what their responsibility is. Because a lot of this stuff is, they can deal with.
Right.
So I think, the budget is, your request is what it is. I think you should obviously let the administration know during the next year how it's going, and come back to us next year in the budget year, and if you need some more resources, so be it. And the resources may be a bunch of different things, not just necessarily new personal programs and so on and so forth. So this is happening all over Connecticut. It's not unique to Fairfield. And I just think
That's
be patient.
a very good point
And you're
because, right,
compliant
right.
with the law.
Right.
It just takes a longer time.
Right, and I also think that when you have, and again, and as well as anyone does, that FOIA, it's not just, we do train department heads and they're very cooperative. But then you have the problem of going through the records of the emails and things too, and then you don't, it's like they need help too, because they can't just stop their whole day to go through stuff. And then, the department heads are great at going in the basement and getting the things, but there's got to be a better way. But also I will point out that our FOIA analyst, we also are asking for at some point in the future of a public records like administrator, because what Calvin Carson has done, which is he's gone through all the boards and commissions, and I can share the list of all the boards and commissions. He did a whole survey found out when they meet, when their agendas are supposed to be available, the recording secretaries, which is another issue, because their recording secretaries are employees of the town, and they aren't supervised. So we need someone to gather that around and get the recording secretaries, available, and so, and also need training for the boards and commissions, because when you ask someone to come on, as everyone knows, they may not know Robert's rules, they don't know the FOIA, and that comes under, I feel, me, who has FOIA, because that doesn't stop with just the request. It also, I feel that we should be training the boards and commissions to make sure they're aware of it, so we don't run into liability should they fail to put an agenda properly, or like tonight, not have the right, go forward with the meeting without the proper link or audio. So there's a lot of that. So I thank you very much for that, because it's not going to go away. And it is a really important thing for a town to be transparent and accountable and get information out to those who are requesting for it.
I think just a general statement, I think
Yeah.
that I've been around the town a long time, Jim, you also. And your department has a lot of challenges, but I think it's a lot better than it was 6, 7 years ago. When the Human Resource Department in town of Fairfield was really hardly anything. And, I give credit to the last administration starting to develop the Human Resources Department and the current administration. It's a very important department that I think's been not adequately staffed for many, many, many years. And, it's gonna take some time to fix it, so. So that's it. Thanks.
Questions?
I have lots of questions.
You can go next. Do you have questions on this, or do you want to go back to the full budget page? Or do you have questions on this?
I have questions in regards to this. Are we gonna go?
Yeah.
Are we gonna go through this whole presentation, because we stopped dead in our tracks because we got.
No, we can go through whatever the board wants to. I just thought it would be helpful if we want to finish the discussion on this topic. Does anyone have follow-ups on this, backup sheet that was posted, or is everybody okay on this, and we can open it up to all questions? Okay,
But I have a question, I guess we should probably take this from where this is to where the next page is. I don't even understand what the request is.
so the request, from what it looks, so is it, so the request right now on the backup sheet matches what's in the budget book. So the budget book, is that accurate? So we got
Yes.
$694,000 in salary, and the rest of the line items in the budget book that's what you're asking for.
Yes.
right? So for a total of,
The cell phone one was the one that went over
okay, and what was that you were asking?
3,000.
So cell phones is what line item?
55,300.
Communications? So you asked for that to be increased to 3,000?
Yes.
I don't know if everybody got that.
Yeah.
All right, other questions
On cell phone?
on anything you want?
So how? Your communications line. With all the stuff that we talked about last year, about the communications, line, and it being wrong. And it being way off. How did this page come to us with this communications number? How is that even possible?
It's a-
That you hand a budget to the first selectman. And this budget page comes to us again with $650. How is that even possible?
Yeah, that's your 100% correct. And I explained it last time you were here. It was late, so I'll explain it again. We had a discussion. We had a discussion with centralizing the cell phone and not having the individual. We had a discussion. We were told, don't worry about it because we're going to centralize it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And we couldn't, at that point, it was too late to change the budget book. So we had to go forward with it. And you're right, it is, it's embarrassing to say that again, I knew this was gonna happen. And the goal should be to centralize that bill. And that's why it's over again.
Explain what you mean by centralizing the bill.
centralizing, having one bill for every cell phone as opposed to having individual
Across the
across
park,
the park.
The whole
not,
town?
not
That's
just
right.
HR.
Right,
What, a bill for the
Right.
entire town for cell phone use?
That's what some of the discussions were. That's
Yeah,
what I
that-
understood,
What?
so.
I,
There was some-
I'd like to know why you think that makes sense, that we have one cell phone bill for the entire town of Fairfield. I want to know how many cell phones are per department and why they're needed.
it's actually not up
Why
to,
not have all of these bills be one for the entire town? We wouldn't even have to have town budgets.
it's actually not up to me on that decision, so I would, and with a cell phone, we have it with even how cell phone policies and cell phone accounting, but the idea was to have one plan as opposed to having several individual plans, but everything would be accounted for, I would presume, but then again, that's not my lane.
So, but it's not being done this year, right?
Right.
Right.
So we don't have to talk about what people want to do that last year. I thought we had individual bills for, well, we get down to liability insurance and postage per department, which is the proper way to do it, because we need to see what the expenses are per department. I don't know who or why anybody would be talking about just having one bill, because then we can just have a postage bill for the entire town. We can have educational and memberships for the entire town. We could basically make the town budget one page.
Okay,
I mean, it would be stupid. That's
Alright.
what it would be.
okay,
Okay, so we don't know. So basically, on cell phones and communication, to get back to where we were last year.
Mhm.
You think every single person in your department should have a cell phone?
I do.
Okay. Do you understand that if every department took that same position, how much that would cost the town of Fairfield?
I'm not really, I'm concerned about the confidentiality of what we do. I'm concerned about making sure the emails remain confidential. I'm concerned about not having data compromise of people using their own cell phone. I'm concerned also about FOIA, because anything you do on your cell phone is FOIAble. I want to keep it within the town, and I want to make sure everyone in my department, especially if they're dealing with medical issues, with any kind of personnel issues and communication about that, remains on the same plan.
That's 6 cell phones, that's it?
That's it.
Well, 7 if we had another person.
No, 6 is the budget.
Okay. All right, so the request is that would be $2,350 increase to your budget to account properly for the cell phones. Okay. Other questions on this budget?
Yeah. What is this page in your handout? Can you explain that?
Which page? I'm sorry.
That's
Are
the
you going to
budget
do
book.
the rest of this presentation or not?
Well, that was,
I don't know whether this is like,
we replaced that presentation with the change of the ask.
The presentation you gave us last time isn't,
Have the org charts.
I mean, we have the org charts and we have the job descriptions, what we do, we booked the ask for the public records administrator clearly would not be in there. And we just wanted to make sure that there was discussion about what that, we don't have to do that obviously now.
the ask is basically what's in the budget.
Yeah.
The 6 positions, period.
Correct.
oh. And is the first selectman, because last time you made this presentation and we asked whether he approved of the presentation, he said he hadn't seen it and he didn't know whether he approved of it. So now, does he approve of the presentation that we received on page 2?
Yes, it's a
On the
budget
ask.
book. It's a budget book, yes.
Okay, because this is not what came before the Board of Selectmen, right?
It is.
It is?
It matches the budget book.
Yeah.
Except for the cell phone thing.
I want to talk about your positions in regards to Paycom. Who was handling, so Paycom has relieved your department of a lot of work, correct?
Not,
No,
yeah.
Any work?
Mhm.
Whose
Yes.
work?
We've been able to stream, if I may.
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I have an intimate focus on Paycon, as many know. We've actually been able to do some streamlining, but we're still in the implementation phase. There are major milestones that we've been working through. First of all, getting a paycheck out under Paycon. We have then been working through some other aspects of it relative to year-end processing. And the next major milestone is going to be actually time and attendance. which I'm not sure who knows this, but we've been operating for the last 3-ish weeks doing a test of time and attendance with approximately 55 employees. So there's a lot of things that are in flux as we go through that process. There's overlap as well, so it creates a little bit more tension or challenges for us. But I can say confidently, the onboarding process, this is clearly in the HR domain. We do the recruiting, we do the onboarding, it's all represented in this conversation. The onboarding process used to be about 30 pages of document. Some of them were just read-only policies, acknowledgements, all critical things that you want for a new hire, to literally the forms, benefits, emergency contact, et cetera, et cetera. That process went to a new hire. New hire would submit them to us in HR, and this is now more directly to your question. We guesstimated it, we'd probably spend about 45 minutes to an hour taking that information off of the paper document and then typing it into Munis to create a profile, ultimately to get the person paid. We're still having to do a little bit of that because we haven't fully made the migration to Paycom. But now, because part of the Paycom value proposition, it's a self-service module. It's pushing the responsibility out to the person who has the most intimate and most critical need to make sure that information is accurate, which in this case is the new hire. And so what then happens is the new hire doesn't get 30 pages of paper attached to an email. It might get lost or put in a spam folder, we learned. It actually, they get a link, they go online, they fill it all in. To build on Kathleen's point earlier, there's a digitization right there, that all this information now that was 30-ish pages is acknowledged if it's policies, which is very, very important from a risk mitigation strategy for an HR group and for on behalf of the town. But then also they type in their critical information. It's in a secure site. It's not on paper floating around. Some people would mail it to us. We're like, okay, you got your social, et cetera. So there's all sorts of those risk elements that have been mitigated or minimized. But literally the onboarding process now is, for our HR analyst, is she is looking at their data, just making sure, and the system even tells the person you're not complete or you're complete. And then she just clicks buttons and it's in.
And now there's time to do what that wasn't done before, reference checks, background checks,
Right.
things that were skipped, including for seasonals and part-time employees. So yes, does it alleviated some things? Absolutely. But it's also given us bandwidth to do the things we should be doing when we're onboarding staff, including making sure they're getting the proper training, including sexual harassment training, ethics training, making sure that they go through with our system, all the types of trainings they need to get. And additionally, that the things that would go missing in files and people couldn't find, or the mistakes in data, because in the past, people would put in things, the different titles we had, the different that we had to deal with, had to clean all that up. That's gone,
But
which saves,
the handwriting,
Right.
is that a 9 or a 4?
Right.
I mean, that
and the
change can be
filing,
dramatic.
that gets misfiled. And also being able to use Paycom to also give notices. We had training modules
Right.
on,
So, for example, Public Works for OSHA, it's really important for those flaggers on the hot streets and highways. We've had OSHA, Connecticut OSHA come in. Some of you may know about that. We literally built out a module of a paper, if you will, or I should say a document, it's not paper. 4 links. You got to acknowledge that you took these 4 OSHA basic links on flagging or confined space or whatever it might be relevant to that. We literally have customized onboarding links now for the different types of jobs. So the value in those spaces, I-9, everybody I'm sure knows, it is a legal federal requirement within 3 days of employment start date. We have to have an I-9 recognized and validated. The new hire provides that to us all electronically, all wonderfully encrypted, and it's digitized. And now we have access to that information when and whenever we might need it for future audits, for future evaluation or other controls that we might want to put in place.
and I also know Anthony's on the line, the seasonal, chasing them around.
Right.
To try to get forms and Mid-America forms and for their
Tax documents, they're not good with taxes at that
and
age.
chasing that around and doing that
Yeah.
space. And again, trying to get all the onboarding and having, them coming in, was, it used to be that we actually had to have overtime to get those documents in. So we've saved a lot now on not having this season for once, not having to have overtime to get all these applications in. So, it's been able that we can get actual work of HR done and not have this extra stress. And also, I know that we have a lot with the permanent employees, but the seasonals is a huge lift. It starts, what's already
It
started,
started, you know,
Yeah.
golf course. Yeah.
so.
What do you mean Paycom isn't fully implemented?
So,
Seems like
sorry,
It's been going on a long time, like, how long does it take to get fully implemented?
for system implementations of this complexity, in prior lives that when I've been exposed to these kinds of things, it can vary wildly. But I think, let's see, we officially gave them our first data transfer to start the process. I'll use that as sort of the major milestone, right? You have a kickoff meeting, but once data starts transferring over, that's kind of, in my mind, the big kickoff. That was September. That was late September, mid-September, I believe, actually, it was after Labor Day. So 6 months for the level of complexity first off, we're literally having to take the data in a system that's from 2009, that's Munis, 15 years old. That technology is trying to talk to contemporary technology. And of course, with the complexities of all of our 7 CBAs, I mean, yeah, we don't have fire and police in the system yet, but that's literally with the rules of requirements for overtime and for deductions and for the pay types. We have, I can't remember the exact number now, but it's, you know, let's say around 400 pay types that we have to make sure it's right. And it wasn't always right. And that's part of what we have to work through is this implementation. So I'll offer, it's not surprising how long it's taken, but the time and attendance piece, the next very large milestone, is probably the one we're most concerned about, I'll say, because that is ultimately where the employee is submitting their punch in, where it's applicable or not. And then that's going to feed their pay.
But I would also say that, it's to me, moving along, there's been some really good milestones, but also there's been some challenges with resistance to the change.
Culture.
It's culture change, huge. And we've had to deal with that, and we're trying to get through that. There were some, so that's part of it. And it's part of that education and learning. And people really did love, Excel sheets and calculators before and doing everything manually. And I'm not trying to disparage that, but it's really not good. That's where all the mistakes would happen. And time and attendance, having those long lines of public works at the end of the day to punch in and punch out, it's gonna go away. And also having accountability for attendance. For people, our hourly employees will know when they come in, that they're working the full day, there's overtime, making sure that we can budget if there is a need for overtime, and also scheduling. It's a big change, and it's also getting people used to that. And you do want to be automated. You don't want to be working with calculators and Excel sheets and doing data all day long, because you're bound to make mistakes. And also from an accountability point from the Department of Labor, if someone comes in and says, where's your attendance records? Did this person work overtime? And you can't show that because, trust me, you don't have those records. We're in a problem. This is part of making things modern and in compliance with the law. So we're getting there, but it's been hugely hard. And Peter's had to be the project leader of this, and trying to get that change and getting everybody on board has been challenging, but we are getting there. And now that we have Tom here as CFO to help us do that, it's gotten better. Because
Follow up on your question for a minute?
Yeah,
Do you
I
mind?
need to follow up on something.
Yeah, because you asked, about,
Something you said the other night too, I gotta ask.
yeah, and how many modules? So there's there's Paycom ultimately.
Yeah.
What we purchased is going to include onboarding. So onboarding is implemented at this point or not?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, onboarding, we've got, okay. Time and attendance is not implemented yet.
Next couple of weeks.
What are the other pieces? What are the different modules?
Pay itself,
Pay itself, which is
paycheck being
implemented.
generated. There's
Okay.
year-end requirements, 1095, W2.
Year-end reporting,
Year-end
that's done,
reporting, that's done.
that's done.
Yep, we're done.
And then,
There'll be quarterly
okay, so
reporting.
reporting, let's just say year-end and quarterly. And then,
What about benefits?
Oh, and thank you.
Thank you,
for the
that's
reminder.
good.
We just, we're super excited, especially Megan, our benefits manager. We just finished the, what do I call it? Data transfer from Paycom directly to vendors. versus similarly, the discussion of people would hand in forms, she would have to type it into Munis and then go and type it into the various systems for all our different benefit vendors. And by the way, the reverse is true when somebody leaves the town employment. She would have to go in and make sure Mission Square had this and make sure that Anthem had that and so on. And there's been a lot of findings of, as we started to build those optics and those controls and those audits, we've started to find some things from years past in the system in a vendor. And we're like, we needed to, someone should have caught that or cleaned it up. But now the system will allow us to do it with a personnel action form. That's actually a module you didn't reference and I didn't reference yet, but it's a concept of the right responsible party will create the transaction, like give somebody a new supervisor or they're gonna leave town employment, and it instantly goes into Paycom, updates the system, and in parallel, we just launched it 2 weeks ago, in parallel notifies Dave Kelly for IT, recover whatever assets, turn off whatever system access you don't want people to have. Goes to James Ryan, facilities management, get the keys back if there's any keys. It goes,
Purchasing.
it goes to benefits, it goes to finance, payroll, make sure you keep an eye
Get the
out that
credit
this
card
person
back.
doesn't get,
Sorry.
it goes to Adam in purchasing, because we want to make sure we recover the.
Okay, no,
Sorry.
that's no,
I'm
that's.
getting excited. You
Thank
can
you. And I mean, part of this is not necessarily budget related. I think we're just trying to understand when
Sorry.
do the efficiencies from Paycom impact your department requirements was sort of it, but I think part of the answer is you've got a ways to go, and what Kathleen said is that part of the efficiencies are then means you're gonna be redeploying your people to do other things that you.
Well, and it's putting controls that we never had before, and that's really important, because I will tell you this with Milliman transaction and this, we're finding, and we did report that to the Board of Selectmen, we have some of it, I have the backup, about discrepancies and issues that happened in the past with deals, side deals or things made, given to people with pension enhancements or other things that should never have happened. And we're still looking at the overrides, which we will, we'll have more on that. And that goes to that has got to stop. And if you have people in place who either don't understand the rules or don't want to follow them, and there's no way to oversee it or check it. Right now, we're finding between Milliman and Paycom, a lot of that is stopping, and that's going to be huge because the amount of work that Megan's been doing, and she doesn't get enough credit, because even with Medicare Advantage, it's because of Megan we had that. We would have dropped the ball with that. Because of Megan, we have found so much savings and finding all these discrepancies because she spends hours auditing. But if you have a person in charge of benefits in the past who was not so diligent, they could basically do what they wanted, make deals, do things like, and no one would know. So this is going to stop that.
No, I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So first of all, before I forget about this one, what is Milliman gonna be doing? Are they gonna be doing something different
What do you mean?
than they've been doing?
No,
Well, they're taking on,
what do you mean? They're
they're taking on pension.
administration,
administration.
not,
Yeah, that's
not
not new though. That's
What is-
2 years
They
ago.
have done that, or they already?
April
April
1st.
first.
Okay, who was doing that before?
Megan, Brad.
Oh, so that's gonna free up a bunch of her time.
No, it will not, because she still has to meet with people and meet with them about the medical piece. They're not gonna cover the OPEB, the medical piece. And also, you may not know this, but the Board of Ed, the teachers all fall under the state with their pension and with their benefits. With the Board of Ed, they also have all of their benefits are with the state. So the state administers all their benefits. Megan administers the benefits for the town of Fairfield for all the town employees, plus it's all the pension and meeting with people to go through what that means, because that's still going to have to be addressed with all the Board of Ed employees, except for the teachers, because they have the state pension, so that's taken care of. So she still has to oversee the medical piece for the retirees. So it's not going to be a walk in the park here, and she still has to deal with,
Isn't she still doing that already then?
she's doing that now, yes.
Okay, and she's also doing pension administration.
She's doing pension, and also she was told when she was hired that she would not have to do pension administration, because she was told, and I was told when I came on board, that was all going to be with Milliman, and it was going to be Cheryl Lynch was hired part-time to help that transition. That didn't go well, and she's been doing it ever since. So that was the idea with Milliman, working on the calculations and helping with that, was always in the cards, even when Megan was hired.
Milliman charging us for that new service?
No new service.
Oh, you said it starts April first. They haven't been doing it?
We haven't, we
You
haven't,
just said that. I'm just picking up stuff you're saying. You're saying that they're doing something new
I don't know.
April
what the
first.
process are, so I can't comment. I literally don't know.
what? I'm
They're,
sorry.
they're, your
I thought the
question.
transition to Milliman started like 3 years ago.
It did,
That's
but
the
they're
actuarial stuff.
they're going,
No, benefits management, but yeah, because I remember, you know why?
Why is it starting April first if we've been paying for it?
I
for
think
years?
we've been, and I don't know but what I do recall is that when we had this discussion 2 or 3 years ago, maybe, when Mr. Hazelkamp was here, about the size of his department, one of the things was that the transition to Milliman for benefits management was supposed to be happening then. So I think with the data migration and all the cleanup, it's just taken a lot longer.
it has.
But this isn't, I remember Ms. Carolyn Trabucco telling us about this years ago, so it's just been in process for a number of years.
Right, and then we had to do the restatements as well. We still have to do
Okay.
one for police and fire, so that's another big
But
ask.
we've been paying,
Yeah.
but Milliman's we've been paying Milliman, for lack of a better term, right, for a couple of years now? I mean, as we've gone through this migration, or no?
I can't answer this
Okay,
for you.
that's that
I
question.
can get back to you on that. I'm sorry.
I would like someone to get back to me. Is this new thing from Milliman and handling benefits administration starts April first? Is that gonna be a new fee? And I wanna know if it is a new fee that they're gonna be charging, where in the budget it
I
is.
think it goes to the pension fund.
It does, and
Well, I don't know. I wanna know that.
think
I
that's
wanna know,
what we're
I wanna know
told.
where it's being billed to. And
it's
what
not
the-
an, okay.
And what the fee is on a yearly basis to handle this for the entire
I-
town.
I probably misspoke because I said April first is when they're going live with the, it's with the retirees. I can send you that announcement. And it's been set up with live with, and again, I'm not gonna, but they've been working on the transition piece to their credit. To my knowledge, there's no new fees. This has been the plan, but we'll get
It's
that
not-
information.
I think it was being charged to pensions.
That's something that maybe.
Yeah, I know, okay.
What I don't like is if we've been paying Milliman a fee and that was supposed to
No, we
be
haven't.
3 years.
No,
No.
And they haven't had to do it.
Megan confirmed. There's been.
Okay, there's been none, no.
I heard from Megan last week before she was out. They've been doing it just to get ready for taking on the
So they're
administration.
doing, the data migration's been
Yeah.
happening, and I know you guys have been working on a lot of cleanup because
A lot.
you've identified discrepancies and anomalies between the plan documents and
Right.
what individual retirees were actually getting, and I know you've been working through, we've heard about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so, Peter, one thing you said that concerned me, was, you said your next area you're going to is this time and attendance. But then you also followed it up saying that police and fire are not at Paycom, and I'm kind of shocked by that. Because I thought that's the most difficult part of the job. Why are they not on Paycom? How many employees does that for police and fire? And why are they not on Paycom right now?
There are about 220 employees, give or
Yep.
take, using the kind of rough head count numbers. I'm gonna reflect it back to you. They are literally the most complex in terms of collective bargaining agreement, terms and conditions as far as pay, shift differentials combined with college incentives, combined with, and you name it, the permutations are highly complex. And we want to make sure we do it right. And we want to make it just like.
Peter, can you just explain they're not on Munis, they've got their own systems.
And and that's what I'm getting. to.
Dispatchers too.
Sorry,
They have-
I'm starting with the
And
YP count.
also dispatch
you.
does too. It's not just police and fire, it's also dispatch. So,
And thank you for that.
Okay.
I was really starting with the why Paycom not, as opposed to the,
Well, are they getting their paychecks through Paycom?
they
Yeah,
are,
okay.
they are,
Yeah.
but
So
there's,
they-
to build on again Kathleen's point, there's the police use a system called POS. And they embrace that system, they're
Works.
comfortable with it, they don't want to make a migration at this time from what we understood. And then similarly, the fire has their own firehouse, I think it's called, I can't remember now, but they have their own system. And again, combine those two elements of they are comfortable with what they have, it works for them, and they can get paid through Paycom. And then lastly, the complexity of programming for all of those different nuances. It's a 7 by 24 operation. I know you all understand that, but it's truly it's different than like any other kind of 9 to 5, if I can use that generic concept. We cannot, we want to make sure we can do that well.
But the tail doesn't wag the dog here, okay? The tail says the fire department or the police department don't dictate to the entire town what they prefer and what they like. It's what we provide and what's basically should be what's easiest for the town. And that's accurate to pay them. Every single one of them should get every single penny that they're due. But it's not their antiquated system and it's their system that we should be the ones dictating. I'm surprised. I thought when we were getting this pay com, it was for everybody. And these pay differentials, I thought we'd have this pay differential. You would talk about hitting a button and you'd be able to, something changes in a new contract. You know, because all I heard was it took 3 months on the fire contract to get them checks on their differential pay and all the stuff that was back due to them. And that doesn't sound like that's gonna happen.
Well, can I just interject?
I just wanna finish this question.
Okay,
Is Paycom, does this system have the ability to do this? Their system have the ability to handle the differentials and the police and fire contracts as they exist? Does it have the sophistication in their programming to do it, or does it not?
Better, yes, better than Munis,
Okay, then why are we switching them?
because
It's up to that.
Because to your very point, well, let me start a different way. It needs to be programmed. These aren't, a push a button I use that expression a lot as well. It's like, this will be awesome for new hires. We just push a button to accept. The reality is the development of the programming to ensure that can happen accurately is the complexity. That's where, for example, with time and attendance, I'll use that, we're currently in, we've had 2 audits with Paycom and our HR team, various representatives, sitting in a room during the test of time and attendance to say, how's it working? Oh, the nurse's lunch isn't da-da-da-da. Paycom, please go back into the dark room that you operate out of sometimes and reprogram. Or, snow differential, it's a 2.0, sorry, a 2 times overtime payment. We got to make sure that's captured. Oh, we haven't had a snow or inclement weather event. How do we test that? So there's a lot of things that go into it. So it's not as simple as it can handle it. It can handle
Can I
it.
please interject here? It will be done. The problem is, part of it is that when you're talking about why it took so long, we have a problem with the payroll flow, which is a problem. It's a problem that I know Tom is working on too. There is, the part of the problem is that a lot of the payroll functions, including calculations and doing all of that retro thing, falls on HR. Very weird, very different than places I've been. So when you were doing that, and on top of that, also having to audit ourselves, it is a little wonky. So we're trying to, the old way of Munis was not good. It was not a good system, and it didn't, it did not meet what should have happened, like you said, automating things. A computer says, hey, this person worked a night shift, they have X amount salary, they've got longevity thrown in, they've got blah, 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 and it should go in. So we're getting there, but it's gonna take a little bit more time. Yes, Paycom can handle police and fire 24/7. Of course they can. In fact, the fire department wants to talk to Paycom potentially about having, at one point, having that system in, as opposed to the fire, whatever they have now. And also, it's, a lot of this stuff with Munis was duct tape and paper clips and people getting around things, and only one person knowing how to do it. And you get the paycheck out in different weird ways. And this is where we're trying to make it consistent. And do I think that a lot of the admins they should be decentralized? It should be that the admins at the police and fire should be responsible for payroll and have that access to do it, because right now they don't. And there's a resistance to that, which I'm hoping with Paycom that will stop, because it won't be this like, only one person can do it. And if they retire, the whole payroll system is going to fall apart. And that's what we've been dealing with. And I've had to pay double time to get an employee back over when they was retire to get a rollover done for when I first arrived, which is ridiculous. So this is what we're trying to change. It's in the best interest of the town. We're trying to make sure the residents, again, fiduciary duty. It's not about keeping Munis. If we kept Munis the way it was, it was, it was ridiculous. It was impossible. And it was, and it required, only certain people could do it. So I'm sorry, I'll get
I
off
just,
my.
I was saying, John, I know you've been around a long time, 20-something years. I've been through 4 HR directors. I've seen the department be like 3 to 4 people. And contracts with police and fire be renewed every 3 to 4 years. Never did I hear anybody say a peep about their back pay once the thing was signed, or that it took 3 months until all of a sudden it just happened.
Because your payroll team is not doing, the finance team is not doing what normally they would do. And the person that used to do that,
It's the
But
same
it-
team.
no, it's not, but the finance team does not do retro pays. They don't do calculations. They don't do that. They don't do it,
They were being done down in HR. but
which is a problem by one person who left. So I don't want to get back and forth on this because I have backup to show it, what happened with it. It's not worth it. We're here today with Paycom. It's not worth talking about the past, about who did what and how bad things were. I did not know coming in here that I was supposed to be a payroll supervisor. That is not normal in places I've been. Usually there's a check and balance. But when I came in, I found out that that was part of my function, which is a surprise to me because I'm very surprised because everywhere I've been, we've had budgeteers who work hand in hand with us. We have payroll people who do the calculations when I say, okay, the contract's settled. I'm the HR director. Here's what we settle with. The budget people, the accountants, the CPA, put the numbers in. They do the calculations based upon what we said works. I was at OPM the state. That's how it worked. And New Haven works this way. I've never seen anything like it. So this is why we're trying to get things back to what it should be. And if you want HR to be the payroll department too, then I'm going to have a whole big staff here and a payroll supervisor. I'm just being real. So I'm sorry.
I just don't understand how we did it with the same
Okay.
small amount
Okay.
of staff.
And Jim,
And then I want,
we need to I just want to try to get back to the budget.
let's get on to the budget.
Okay.
So how much money is it gonna take to get there? More than the 300,000? Are they gonna charge us more than $300,000 to Paycom? To get police and fire up? Who's paying? Do we pay for the extra programming? And when is this gonna be complete?
So
When is it gonna be completely complete
Yeah.
and the police and fire are gonna be this coming budget year, sometime mid-year? When is this gonna be done and is it gonna cost us any more money?
we get charged on a per paycheck basis. They're already coming through Paycom on a per paycheck basis. There's no additional money barring headcount changes to my expectation at this point in time.
Okay, so what's taking them the time to do the programming? Just hand them the contract. Have them do it.
We're working through the various contracts. And police and fire, we held off on because we wanted to make sure the others that are a little bit less complex, but in some cases have their own complexities. We want to make sure it's done right. This is people's pay. It's one of the primary incentives for people to want to show up to work every day.
And we're chunking it out, Mr. Walsh, and it is going to get done. But we also have had, like I said, and I don't want to get into all the things where we've had a lot of bumps in the road, not because of Paycom, not because of HR, because of some cultural resistance to change. And we're working through those. And that's been a challenge, a real challenge. And I understand people are used to a system for a long time. They're not used to having accountability with time and attendance. I've never been in a place where you don't have that, but we're trying to get that in here because it's, you need to, it's gonna take the time to make sure people are comfortable with it and that it works.
Just, you had just mentioned that we're already paying for paying for it now,
Per paycheck, yeah.
the paycheck. So we're not gonna get incremental costs because we're already paying for the police and fire now? Is that what you're saying?
That's the way I understand it at this point. The programming is all kind of built into the overall fee structure from what I've seen. I don't know if Tom or David had any optics into other invoices I might not see, but I'm not aware of any.
I'm
So
thinking,
based on that, do you have an anticipated date on when this will be fully implemented?
Meaning with fire and police, to Mr. Walsh's question as well. I wouldn't feel comfortable making any speculation, offering any speculative date at this point. That has to be a partnership and I appreciate what's being said about how the town has the ability to dictate things. But there's also got to be a consideration for the risks that it could occur with not being in a collaborative, and I think we've really tried to demonstrate that within the town support areas to be as collaborative as possible to ensure we do this the right way, not just fast.
So is there
So it's a balance.
any way, I mean, we're paying for something all this time that we're not getting benefit of, is there any way to negotiate the fee down until we're fully
We're getting,
Oh,
operational?
we're getting the.
we're getting the benefit. We're exactly where we're supposed to, with the live checks. We're working on the programming and the time and attendance is part of that. So we're not getting, we're within the scope of the contract. We're supposed to be, we're not getting, short shift by that. And also, again, they're working, I mean, I would say this with Peter, Paycom has been on site working and working very hard to get to the goal. And again, if we had less resistance, we'd be further ahead, to be honest, but we're working on that.
And I do want to offer just sort of an asterisk to even my comment about saying there could be other charges. I happen to know Paycom has a broader scope of offerings in areas like background investigations. We were just lightly touching upon that earlier. That's a risk for the town if we don't do that right, but it's also a financial risk because I can say it's about averaging $83 of background investigation currently. I'm highly confident, I won't get ahead of myself, but I'm highly confident Paycom does that same service. I have to see what their report looks like versus our current vendor, but at a considerable savings. Now, when you consider 170 seasonals that might be hired in a new year, by the way, there's 375, but most of them are rehires.
But we still have to do a background
We
check.
need to do a background check.
We don't know what they're up to.
They're working with children. They're working, in areas where there's less supervision than we might prefer. And that's a risk. So we need to evaluate those as well. So there's other modules.
And there's also modules like garnishments and things like that they can do, that can be legally complicated and risk if you don't do it right.
Right, okay. Other questions on this budget?
You guys do investigations, right? Where are they in your budget?
What do you mean?
You guys do investigations?
Yes, we do conduct administrative investigations of employee misconduct, yes.
Okay, where are those fees?
They're in-house. There's maybe 1, 2, 3. I think there's been 6 we've had to outsource because of conflict.
Okay. So when
And then we go to
you
legal.
outsource them, who are you up to the attorney's office or to?
We work with our town attorney and goes before the Board of Selectmen. There's contracts. There's one with Robin Kaler, I
Okay.
believe, and one with, Attorney Cashel from, I'm gonna forget the name of the firm, but they've gone through. Thank you. Oh, Robinson Nicole, thank you.
Okay, so those fees are in the legal budget?
Yes,
And you said you've had 6 this year?
no, not 6 this year. I just have to think out loud, but there are very few that we've had to outsource. But I'd have to give the exact number. The majority of them stay in-house.
Okay, is it more than normal? A normal year?
Normal what?
A normal year? Is it more this year in 2020, fiscal year 25 than there was in fiscal year 24?
Of outsourcing or in
Yeah.
outsourcing, it's very few. I think that right now we've outsourced 1. I'm just trying to think, maybe 2. I'd have to double check.
Okay, I thought you said there were 6.
I'm talking about since I've been here.
Oh, okay.
It's 2.5 years. So,
All right, but that's not part of your budget.
no,
Okay,
What is your fees in professional line? Tell me what's in there. And why is it going down by 23%?
our fees, well, we haven't used any training. We don't take any fees for instance, for certifications like SHRM. I wouldn't take a fee for my law, my state of Connecticut. Bar, but I don't do that. I know that past HR director did that. We just don't.
what is in there, though?
What
Oh.
do you use?
It's-
What do you spend money in there?
Oh, for training, professional services for, we're for notaries, I'm sorry, that's I'm trying to think of what.
Go to seminars and things like that?
Things like that. I mean, mostly we do the free ones. But it wasn't on occasion, we'll send someone to a seminar. It's not often.
Would be in, is it, but that doesn't go in traveling. meetings, right?
No, the
Oh,
traveling
no, there's
fees.
an educational and memberships line item also.
Oh, okay.
So I thought that might be outside attorneys or something else, or I'm not sure, I'm not sure.
There
what's
was
in there.
investigations within there.
No,
I'm kind of wondering why it went down so drastically at 23%.
Well, it's in line with last year's actuals and it's in line with the 3-year average.
Is that a 3-year average number?
I think there should also be some of the system costs.
It's rounded.
oh, the
It's required
system cost,
70
that's right. I
70
forgot about
for-
system costs. I'm sorry, I forgot about system costs. Peter reminded me.
Yeah, it's not, it's, I think,
78.
So what's in there? Peter?
2022 was 78,000, 2023
Yeah,
was
I see that.
33.
Yeah,
So I'm
we-
just saying,
Sorry.
it's
Tell us
round
what's in
numbers.
there, though. What's in there?
sorry, I believe it, I'd like to test this, but I
Mhm.
believe it is, we put in a couple of systems. We put in next request.
Yeah,
We've had some other things, systems
Authority,
that we've talked about. So there's been various systems that we would throw in. I believe that we've thrown into that box.
So these are
Those
licensing
annualized
fees for
Yeah.
some of the.
yes,
Okay, can you
Annualized,
maybe
yeah.
just get us some
Double check.
details on that?
yeah, we
Yeah.
could.
Okay.
That's not it.
I think that's the bulk of it, and I think we
I
split.
remember that from, I thought we had something for compliance and I remember hearing about this at one point when it went in, but okay, if you get us a detail.
Sure,
that'd be
okay.
good. I'll make a note of that.
So when you're doing your onboarding, does the town have an employee handbook?
We have policies and procedures. I have an employee handbook that's ready to be rolled out after the budget season for our managers and for our employees and training.
Great.
But we also have policies and procedures that we have online, and we do go through those with the employees, including the 2-hour mandated sexual harassment training.
Yeah, that's all mandated. That's all, like electronic, right? Somebody just watches something, you pay for a module on that.
No, we don't have to pay for it. It's actually for free with CHRO
Okay.
and the ethics policy and.
Okay, so every employee is to sign on that they've read it, or you have to keep track of it, then. the
Correct,
module
and that's
shows
what-
They took it,
yeah.
read every page.
And that's the other good thing about Paycom, we can put that right in there and have it online, so we don't have to run around the paper and check.
I have no further questions.
Great, so for follow-up, we'll get the detail of the fees and professional services. Were there any other follow-up items?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
All
Oh,
right,
got
so
it, yeah,
we're
got it.
going to turn to the legal fees budget, which is page 54 of the budget book. So 54 and 55. 54 has a breakdown of what's in there. And page 55 is the line item for comparisons to prior years. And we have the town attorney here, Bill Pierce, welcome. To talk to us about this budget.
Just need to plug this in, because if it dies, I'll be no use to it. And so, the, legal budget request is 825. Some major drivers that are anticipated for this year. Primary one is the continuing UI litigation. That case was argued to the Superior Court judge in January. We're anticipating a decision. I mean, he has 120 days to decide it, so we should get a decision by mid-May. It can take longer than that, but typically they don't ask for more time. So for the next fiscal year, we're anticipating an appellate court appeal, regardless of the outcome. Anticipated that one side will appeal. It'll probably be taken up by the Supreme Court, and you'll have probably something in the Supreme Court my guess is before the end of the coming fiscal year. What we also think will happen is that UI will probably apply to siting council for their DNM phase. They have they're designed for at least the Bridgeport phase. They've now broken this up into 2 phases. Seems to be pretty advanced, and they've reached out to town residents about acquiring easements and things for the north side route that the siting council approved. So that's still a major driver in the budget. We have the conclusion of charter, which is, we're anticipating less fees for that. We have a revaluation that'll take effect on October 1, 2025. So in the end of this fiscal year, we'll have, the BAA typically meets in March, and taxpayers have 2 months after the BAA's rendered the BAA renders its decisions to take appeals. So we'll have, at the beginning, we'll be at the beginning of a major, potential major swath of tax appeal cases. Typically in revaluation years, even in good revaluations, there's a lot of tax appeals because people's values change. They want to contest it. We also still have a number of appeals that have not yet been concluded. It's not that many, it's like 7 appeals, but typically at the end of a revaluation cycle, the appeals that are left are, they're not very good for the plaintiff. And so they end up being tried. Tried one in December. There's probably, of those, we'll probably try a few more in the next fiscal year. There are none that are scheduled for the remainder of the current fiscal year for trial, but we have at least 2 that will be tried in the next fiscal year. Probably the rest, the other 7 will be tried. Also, we've gotten a lot of land use appeals. There's been a lot of activity because of the moratorium application. So anticipating that will result in more land use appeals, and so that will be just more litigation for the town, because typically with 8-30G projects, there's somebody taking an appeal regardless of the outcome of the application. So it's kind of the drivers in the budget. I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr. Myers?
On the tax appeals, the run rate is like 220, 140, 150 over the past 3. Well, from the 24 fiscal year to 26. So being that this is upcoming is the huge revaluation, I would have thought that that line would have been lower. So why is it so high 2 years ago versus what you're predicting for the big year?
So I think the town probably has not spent 220 or 140 on tax appeals in the last 2 years. It's hard to sometimes gauge when things will go to trial.
Okay.
But I can tell you for the current fiscal year, it's not really 140. The subcategories are an estimate, but things are some higher or lower. And I doubt that very much that in the 23-24 fiscal year, it came close to 220. In the fiscal year 26-27 budget, that year I could see it being 220 because you might have 200 appeals that are, in the middle of discovery and pretrial.
And I had always thought that there was a board that handles those appeals. So why do we use lawyers?
So the Board of Assessment Appeals hears the appeal in the first instance. The taxpayer appeals to the board from actions of the assessor. That board can increase or decrease the assessed value of the property at the board level. But that's the first step that's the taxpayer's first step in the appellate process. They have to exhaust that administrative remedy before going to court. The subsequent step is if they're not satisfied with the BAA result, they can take an appeal to Superior Court, and the town at that point has to have counsel to defend it. And typically the town also engages an appraiser to support the fund's value, independent from the group of appraisers that did the revaluation.
Okay.
And that's standard. Other towns do that as well.
Thank you.
Mr.
So Phil, I don't know if you know this, so the numbers on page 54, these were the budgeted numbers, not the actual numbers.
For 24, 25, yes.
And 23 and 24 too.
Those are the budget numbers.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we don't, I don't,
You weren't around in 23, 24,
Right.
so you can't really explain that.
no, but I would be surprised with the 220 number.
Yeah, I would
going
too.
out. So I think I think the town spent about 565 that year. I think that was pretty, or actually that year it might have been 700. I don't know what the actual was.
Getting UI
741,
stuff in that year too?
No,
23, 24.
the UI was only in,
Spent $1 million. 24. So,
UI was only in the prior fiscal year budget.
That UI surfaced in,
24.
Surfaced in 2023, so the fiscal 24 budget.
okay.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, these budgeted numbers don't make sense. So can we get an actual of the breakdown of what the legal dollars that what the last couple of years have been spent on? Is there somebody? who can
I mean,
do that for us?
so
Because it makes no sense, like you said, that there'd be $220,000 worth of appeals, legal dollars spent on appeals in 23 to, let's say, the fiscal year 24 period, or 140, because really it makes the number for the 150 that you want for this year look completely ridiculous. Because you're gonna be getting hit with so many appeals that it would look like, if you're gonna believe those numbers, then you actually probably think that you would need $500,000 or $600,000.
So the 220 number, I
mean,
don't know. I mean, I wasn't the town attorney at the time, and I don't know.
I
And
understand.
Jim didn't handle all the tax
No, I
appeals. I think those were outsourced.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they were faced with at the
Yeah.
time and why that was estimated. It is difficult. I mean, you know this as an attorney. It's difficult to project litigation costs
No, I
because cases settle,
Yeah.
the timing of it's uncertain. So I mean, that may have been a good estimate at the time. I'm just saying, I doubt that that's what the town actually spent that year.
Okay,
Based on what I know now about the caseload and how
Yeah.
it played out.
but since you've been here, you can tell us what the breakdown has been, right?
Yes, so
I think we need to
so
do this, I think our board needs to see this budget to actual, so that we can really say, talk to you more intelligently. And say, oh, wow. We didn't really hit the budget on litigation. We were way off, and you'd say, yep. Because these three things went to trial that we didn't think were gonna go to trial, or whatever that is. And yes, this number wasn't correct for the appeals number. But seeing budgeted numbers that just don't make sense and, comparing them against the budget versus actual. I think going forward, maybe we could just take this year, finish up this year. You could look at your bills or somehow and kind of put them into buckets.
Yeah.
So that when we come next year, you can say, this was our budget for that year, and this is where the actuals came in. And maybe some of it's more money on the UI thing. I don't really know. But, seeing these categories and asking the questions that, Jim started to ask you, I think we need to start seeing actuals, like how the money is really being spent versus budget. And I know it's probably a little bit of a pain in the ass, and I'm not trying to make it that way. But, your litigation cases, so I'm sure you bill them a certain way on those cases. You could see what you billed to tax versus what you billed to UI versus what you were tax appeal. Do you guys handle all the tax appeal?
at the moment, we're handling all of them.
Okay, do you personally handle it?
I personally handle them.
Okay, so you probably know which ones they were. It shouldn't be that tremendous, but
No, I mean, I could.
do you
for-
understand
for
why
what-
I'm asking the question?
For what my firm handles, I could pretty easily categorize
Okay,
it.
yeah. I would just like to see it as we go forward, and we should, everybody who's the town attorney honest on this as well, like, what it is, like, I'm gonna, we're gonna be going in, you're gonna be telling us about, like, in executive session about the big cases, like, for example, these investigations, how much are they costing on a yearly basis? No, I mean, you could tell us
I
that,
know.
right? You could break that down. I'm not asking for the name of the investigation or what you're investigating, but since they.
I don't, my office doesn't do any.
Yeah, but the people that you use handle them, you could just pull those bills and figure that out. I'd kind of like to know what they are, but, because there's no, that's, I guess, in the general category, is that a litigation category?
That would be under employee labor, because the
Oh, okay.
investigations
Employee labor,
usually
okay.
deal with
Yeah.
employees.
Okay, and then employee labor, I was gonna ask you, does that go up 15,000 in your budget for this coming year because you did more labor contracts coming up? Or because of more investigations?
Well, I just see that the town's utilization of, the town is a large employer. It has naturally employment issues. It's not just investigations, there are employment questions that come up,
Mhm.
tax questions, other questions. So in addition to, just the run of the mill, union issues. So I, last year when I did the budget, I had not a great feel for how much the town would spend, but I thought 25 was too low on labor and it would spend more. I can tell you it spent more than 60, it would have spent more than 65 last year. It spent more than 25 2 years ago.
Yeah.
To me, 80 felt like a reasonable estimate.
Okay. Okay, but that's why breaking it down would kind of help us to know, like, where the legal expense being done. And like United Illuminating, I hear what you're saying, and you know this stuff much better than I do. I've never handled a regulatory matter. Is there a reason why it goes right from the Superior Court, jumping right? Do you think it's gonna jump right up to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I
bypass
do.
The court, the
Like,
Court of Appeals?
because there's a novel issue.
Oh, there's
before the
novel
court.
issue, okay.
And I think it's not my partner, David Ball. He's the one that is experienced with those cases.
Sure.
He thinks they're gonna take it. I think he's right.
Yeah, you know, if it's novel, yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
mean, I ain't on the matter, I didn't think it was gonna get up to
I
the
mean,
Supreme
look,
Court, but,
hopefully,
you know, I went in the Court of the Appeals, the guy goes, oh, hey, would you guys prefer if I recommend this right up to the Supreme Court?
Right.
I'm like,
I mean, hopefully we win and
Yeah.
that there's no appeal.
Sure.
It's unlikely, but.
Mr. Rotolo?
So just Phil, I think I know the answer. For the litigation on page 54, those numbers, they don't include litigation being handled by attorneys.
Insurance
by our
counsel?
Insurance counsel,
Correct.
right? So that's just different type of litigation that.
That includes land use appeals, enforcement cases,
Election cases,
yeah, I
things
mean-
like that.
right.
All right, thanks.
Other questions on
yeah,
this?
on
budget?
this 830G stuff, when do you think the moratorium is gonna go into place that we've applied for? Like, what's the normal waiting time? So when do you expect that we have a decision on?
It's probably the next few weeks.
I understand March
Okay.
30th.
I think we're at the end of the 90-day period or at the end of their review period.
Okay, so that should be coming shortly.
Yeah.
Still any kind of 830G that's applied for up until that date.
Well, they have the 90-day window to get their application in and then it has to be considered. So, that's 4 step. Lots of people file applications.
Yeah.
So.
Does that just, and then this is, I'm asking more questions. Does that necessarily mean that those who get their applications in, they have to get it in during the 90-day time period? And you may not be able to answer that. Does that equate to, is there a question about, or can you say whether or not the developer would actually pursue the project or?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. They may
Just
not.
doing it to preserve their
They-
rights, doesn't
right.
necessarily mean they're gonna go forward.
Right, and I mean, also a lot of these applications honestly some of them are not as well developed
Right.
as applications we might typically see. Which suggests they're just trying to get something in there, but it's hard to decide.
You don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. A lot of times it's just throw it in there because they know they're under the gun to do it, and
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily mean that the project's gonna be pursued, but we just don't know, right?
Right.
Okay, thanks.
So let me just ask you a question. You have another 200,000 there for UI. But you have a decision, you expect to potentially be going before the Supreme Court by December-ish or something like that. Are you gonna spend $200,000 on briefing to go before the Supreme Court? Because that's all really that's gonna be done, is an appeal, right? That's a lot of money for an appeal.
I think, well, there's also the very realistic chance there's a DNM phase at the siting council, which would be potentially full tilt litigation with experts.
Okay.
Because it'd be unlike any other DNM phase the council's ever done, because they moved the location of the site.
Yeah.
It had not been designed and they moved the location to the north side of the tracks.
Sure.
So if the council plays that out further, they've got to have evidentiary hearings for the council. They have to have hearings, because otherwise they can't, I mean, they're just creating another procedural error.
Really hoping we're gonna win this for all this money.
I mean, I feel pretty confident about
Okay.
our chances.
Good.
That's good.
So, I mean, in this appeal, I mean.
Okay.
Go back and
Who knows
We got it.
where
We
we'll
should-
be.
Because a year ago, you and I had the conversation, and I'm like, $200,000. I really hope that that's gonna be off the legal bill for next year. But I understand why it's not, so hopefully next year.
Okay, other questions on the legal budget?
Other than the stuff we talked to us about.
Okay,
Right.
All right, so, so if there's no other questions on that, so what I'd like to do is we have some items here that are mixed, so we're gonna discuss some matters that, affect the internal service fund. We have we have an element of that, which has to be discussed in executive session, so what I'd like to do is take a vote to move into executive session to discuss 3 items. If we can, so the first would be first part of the executive session with, or whatever order we do it in. So with Attorney Pierce, and also including Mr. Harris and Mr. Becker to discuss pending claims and litigation. So there's some cases here that have been listed. I may mispronounce these, but Schmerzler versus the town of Fairfield, Mayor versus the town of Fairfield, Traps versus the town of Fairfield, Pierce versus the town of Fairfield, Knights of Columbus versus the town of Fairfield, Dolling versus the town of Fairfield, and Garden Homes Management Corporation versus the town of Fairfield. So that is pending claims and litigations, which will be discussed in executive session. Because those are matters that may require, that may have budgetary impact. The second item is to discuss, and this, again, Mr. Pierce is welcome to stay for this. Mr. Harris and Mr. Becker regarding strategy or negotiations with respect to collective bargaining agreements and the impact on the contingency budget. And then the third thing for the executive session with the same parties, Mr. Pierce, Mr. Becker, Mr. Harris, and also Carlton Lindgren and Joel Chamberlain from Aon, to discuss pending claims or litigation concerning United Public Service Local 454. So this is a follow-on to an executive session we had at our previous meeting. We had some outstanding items which we were going to revisit. So, oh, and I should, I believe that Selectwoman Vitale is on the Zoom, so she would also be invited to participate in these 3 items as well. So can I have a motion to move into executive session?
Question, you know, the one that part with the union, that's a continuation.
Yep.
I have a question that I'd like the HR director here for, so I'd like.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you left.
Wait, no, we're still here. We came back.
Okay, yes, all right, so let me revise that because for that portion, yes, Ms. Simpson and Mr. Ritchie would be here for that.
Great.
So I thought we lost you, so thank you for coming
Just
back.
because we started
Okay.
going,
Okay.
riveting what you were pretending.
All right, so can I have a motion to move into executive session to discuss those items? Mr. Walsh, second, Mr. Curley, favor, okay. So we're gonna move into executive session and we're gonna need everyone off of the Zoom except for Ms. Vitale, so I have to figure out,
And look at Mary.
and Ms. Leclerc.
And we keep
So can I have a motion to come back out of executive session? Mr. Walsh, seconded by Mr. Curley. Okay, so, and we're recording again? Okay, so we're resuming the meeting. We ended the executive session. We discussed the matters that were announced when we went into it, and no votes were taken during that session. Okay, so we're gonna circle back now to the Board of Finance follow-up questions. And so the purpose of this discussion is to follow up on certain items. So the board has had numerous follow-up items throughout our hearings. Some of the some of it was just answers to questions that's been provided. There are certain items that the administration included some data as the backup for this meeting that we can, that they would like to walk us through. So for the public, if you go to the backup, there is an index on page 1 of the posted backup, page 1 of 99. And there's a few items there starting out, human resources, updated investment income analysis, etc. So I will turn this over. We can do these in order, I guess, if that's easiest. And Mr. Harris, we already went through human resources, so that's done. So updated investment income analysis, we can go through that, I guess.
Yes,
Does everybody have that? Okay. All right, so for the public, that begins on page 3 of the posted backup.
the budget has 8.3 million as investment income. And this is hasn't changed since that initial discussion. We have added some additional data in terms of the composition of the investments. Essentially, right now we have total investments of about $212 million. We assume for the purposes of calculating the investments for the year, assume that there will be an average investment of $200 million. And the interest rate of 3.75% on investments and 3% for the M&T cash excess investments that's put into short-term investments. The interest rates were determined based on really collaboration with our investment advisor and the bond team at Fidelity and Schwab. Now, I did include sensitivity, and if you, like I said, really kind of used a couple of assumptions here, but the $750,000 change for 1% rate, that's really 2.3 million, if you read that closely. So this says basically, based on the current investments, there's a 1% drop in rates, investment income would decrease by $2.3 million. Now, there is, assuming we're assuming the average investments are $200 million, but the actual investments are a little higher. So there's a little bit of a hedge there in the event that there's a decline in rates. Not a whole lot, but there was a little, that would hedge.
Are these the rates we used, are those current rates or when our financial advisors gave us, are those projected?
These are within the last week or so.
So this has been calculated assuming no drop in rates.
Correct. And the narrative below is that, that assumes a drop in rates. So the 750,000, drops 1%, that's 2.3 million based on the total investments, investments in M&T cash.
So hang on. So we've got 12,225,000 times 20.3. So the difference between you calculated investment income on 200 million, and we actually have 212 million.
Correct.
So if I took the 12 million differential times 3%, that's 366,000.
Yeah, so I said if the rates drop.
Right. So there's a little bit there, but right now, we've used the exact current rate, like we're earning, like on our bond portfolio now, we're earning 3 3/4?
Yeah. A little bit more. actually.
Or I shouldn't say our bond portfolio, that's a combination of our
Yeah.
bond and our treasury bills.
And then the schedule below just shows the composition of what's in the portfolio now. 55% is treasury bonds and about 49 million is munis. The only other note is that, a sizable portion of the portfolio will mature before the end of fiscal year 2026. So, hopefully rates won't drop a whole lot between now and then, but there's some risk there if rates do drop. So. Of the 8.3 million, about 500,000 of that should be applied to WPCA. Basically, what we have done historically is take their, calculate the rates we use and apply it to their fund balance. So,
That means this is a hit of $500,000 in the
Correct.
general fund.
correct.
And the WPCA already had some,
They had 700,000 in their budget.
so they're gonna take a hit for
200.
250 and the town will take a hit for 500.
Any other questions on investment income?
Are you able to tell us, so within the current portfolio, you said 3.75, but what are we earning on our taxable munis versus the T-bills at this point? Do you have that
Yeah,
broken
I think it was around 4%. I believe.
on the munis?
Yeah, no, the munis are probably less, 3 points. Probably, I think the munis are a little less.
Are they less? I thought they'd be higher.
I think they're less.
Most meetings are lower than treasuries.
Yeah, but we had kind of
They were funky.
we had older ones that I thought were higher.
But I can get you the exact.
Yeah, could you? I just,
You know, average tenor on agents. You said a lot in versus 2026.
Yeah, I think they're all under 5 years. Yeah. But I can give you the list of, I can give you the list of individual issues.
Well, I thought that, see, because I don't think what we got is any more informative than what we had at the first meeting. It's just the same exact information. And for me, I don't have any particular reason to doubt what y'all are getting from your people. Why would I? But I do know that there's a history of under budgeting the investment income the town has got. So one of the reasons that seeing the actual schedule of your holdings, when they're gonna mature and what they're actually yielding, would be helpful. But, or just some, if there's something from the advisors, something more to look at.
I mean, we're actually get a statement, we get I can go online and get a statement.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't have any particular reason to doubt it, but I just know there has been a history of not accurately budgeting the investment income. And I get that if there's a portion that's coming off, we're gonna have to reinvest. We don't know where the rate environment's gonna be. And, everybody can pick which way they think it's gonna go. But I'm not like trying to pick on that. It's just that I thought we were gonna get was essentially, a list of the holdings and you calculating out what they were actually gonna yield to the point that they mature.
Investment rate assumption.
We're getting, I mean, I think we're getting a little bit close to the deadline now to do that, but I don't know, Craig, you were wanting more information last time. I kind of feel like this is exactly what we got at the last
Yeah,
meeting,
this is
just
the
in a
repeat
different.
of what we had before.
Yeah.
I was expecting exactly that, like what are our yields on those, what are,
I would just say that without having seen that, for whatever my opinion is worth as a bond market guy, 3 3/4% versus the yield curve, the relevant portions of the yield curve sitting at 4 to 4.1. That's a pretty good assumption, I would say. It's pretty safe.
conservative.
It's conservative. Well, it's a quarter rate. It's 25 bips conservative. It's not that conservative.
we were
right?
supposed to,
Yeah.
we're supposed to anticipate, it changes all the time, but 2 interest rate reductions this year
Yeah.
by the Fed.
On the short term.
Well, they
Right,
were
which will
saying- they were
impact that whole
saying-
money market.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that, just to maybe add on, was interesting, because when we had the holdings before, you know, Janny had pitched to us, you know, we have these bonds and, you know, we set this up so that 20% falls off each year. We have a 5-year, you know, turnover or, you know, 5-year window. We don't do anything beyond 5 years. 20% turns over each year. That helps us stay comfortable with the liquidity, et cetera. But they had picked bonds that were yielding higher than we would have gotten in treasuries. The thing that we briefly touched on last year or last meeting, I think, was that, you know, we looked at that and we said, okay, at least that portion of the portfolio is fixed. Turns out really wasn't fixed because a lot of those bonds were callable and they got called. So we ended up with the money back, which we had to reinvest a little bit lower. And maybe it wasn't that much, but even if it's a point, like that starts adding up. So it sounds like we're going to be okay for the current year. But yeah, it would be good to know what exactly is left in that muni portfolio, what the rates are on there, and understanding that, you know, maybe some of it could be called and we could lose some favorable ones.
It's been in the Schwab and the agencies, which is down based on this to roughly 4 million, so it's significantly less than where it was. There's still
What's significantly less?
the exposure on callable.
Yeah,
Because when the 5-year trended down to around 3.5 last summer, that was when the wave of, you know, roughly, I wouldn't say about 20 million, went into pretty rapidly.
okay.
And so the sporadic in the fall and then leveled out, that used since then, but it was held, they were agencies, so it's held within, I guess, just for where our exposure would be, it's generally held within this 12,800,000 federal agency piece. And it's not all of that, it's a portion of it, but we can get you like exactly
Yeah, no, it's
what is callable. What's actually starting to happen now in the portfolio, a lot, I mean, some of the items that were 5 years ago, had 1.5–2% range. So we're actually seeing some of it actually
getting an
coming
uptick
up
on
in the other direction. And even with rates falling, you'll actually see sort of the opposite on that. So that can be factored in as well. So there's a few moving parts here.
Another moving part to what you said before is that I think the markets are starting to anticipate a divergence between the federal funds rate and treasury rates, and we invest in treasury rates. So it may not matter what the Fed does.
Right. What, in terms of the town's, investment strategy, so last year around this time, we were just, you know, Ken Brockwell came on board and was helping us, mitigate the risk, because we had had a boatload of money in M&T and the STIF last year, which we were trying to get rid of. So this dispersion on the bottom with 20 million in money market, is that, that's where we want it, is that where we expect to be on the money market side? Is that what we try to keep in money market from a liquidity standpoint? We think,
I guess you would probably want to keep about that amount, but I think one of the things that we need to do is to get in place a cash
yeah, we talked
plan.
about that.
That's where we're trying to do that before the end of the year.
Right, but if we were to look at this year over year, I feel like that 212 million is around the same number we had last year, right? So the total hasn't changed, and the allocation between the types of investments is changed somewhat because we moved out of Janny and now we're into treasuries, but the money market portion, has that been, that's been reasonable to kind of meet our needs?
Yeah, and we've slowly, you know, we have, I would say, summer into fall, we were purchasing treasuries as, you know, as often as we could within reason. So we tried to keep enough for liquidity, but getting into treasuries, and while we laddered a fair amount, a lot of it was put in 5 years. So we did try to capture as much, you know, long-term strength in the rate. So there's, if you walk through the portfolio, there's a fair amount that, you know, 4 years from now is still going to be generating the last piece of, you know, give or take 12% based upon purchase.
So assuming everyone's comfortable with this, I mean, I know we want some more information. This is a $500,000 negative adjustment to the budget. Questions
I thought you said it was 500 and then 250
for
for.
WPCA? Yeah,
Yeah,
750 total, but yeah, but I think WPCA has some, they have some things going the other way too, so I don't know how that's gonna impact them, but this is. So far, all these adjustments are only going in one direction for the town, it seems like. I mean, we might be getting up close to $1 million at this point. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's that. So let's go to the next item was the Milliman estimate of the budgetary costs for heart and hypertension. So I would refer everybody to the internal service fund analysis on this. And we had asked, if everybody remembers, we had asked Milliman for some updated information last time. So they had given us so heart and hypertension, maybe just for the benefit of the public, what the town elected to do was to book that entire liability in the internal service fund. It used to be paid for on a pay-as-you-go basis. So that was done as of the beginning of this fiscal year. But then no budget was reported for heart and hypertension for next year. We just assumed, I guess, that everything that needed to hit for heart and hypertension would, either it would be minimal or it would be paid for out of fund balance. So what we had asked Milliman to do was to give us the information to understand if we were to budget for heart and hypertension, for changes in estimates of the liability and for the accretion of interest on the liability, what that number would be.
On
So
page two.
they provided that for us. And if you go to, it's not really easy to see on here, but I did walk through this with our with the controller. So if you look in that first column, Tom, I don't know if you want to walk.
What
through.
page, yeah?
So I'm sorry, if you go to the internal service
Yeah.
fund, go to the projection for June 30th, 2026.
Oh.
Yeah, page 4. I mean, I had my own little method of walking through this to figure out the number. Tom, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, you can do yours then. We did this.
So according to what Milliman presented to us last time, at the end of this year, fiscal 25, we need a liability of 3.2 million. 3,213,217. That's the liability that we need. So we're gonna have to book up to that liability at year end, this year end. So for next year's budget, if we start out with a liability of 3.2 million or 3213,217, what's in this analysis, if you look at page 4, claims will come through against the liability. The estimate is 640,000. Everybody see that in the right-hand column? So 640,000 will get charged against the beginning liability, because again, now we have the liability in this fund. So 3.2 million minus the 640,000 gets us down to roughly 2.6 million. 2,573,217, the number. According to Milliman, we need the liability for the end of next year should be 2,887,683. So what that would imply is that our budget should include 314,000 in order to get to the correct ending liability. Right now, the budget doesn't include 314,000, it includes 0. So the issue right now, or the way it's reflected in the budget right now, is that 314,000, which we would need to true up the heart and hypertension liability at year end, is being charged against the internal service fund balance. Along with the 2.5 million that is presented as a contra expense in the insurance budget. So that's up to the board, but right now, that's the way, it's in the budget, there's 0 for heart and hypertension, and theoretically, it should be 314,000. Or it could be kept as is and go through fund balance, and in that case, we would end up with the fund balance in the internal service fund that you see on this piece of paper, which is 3,753,977.
Next one, we get 12 million.
We only had that momentarily.
We'll leave another $2.5 million in the next budget year, we'll get it down to 0 pretty soon.
So the 12 million, the 12 million was a bit of an anomaly. What happened was that the fund balance was really around 9 million. And then at year end, Milliman recalculated our workers' comp liability and discounted it, which lowered the liability. So that increased the fund balance to 12 million, which is why the town took the opportunity to put the heart and hypertension liability in this fund. So that, it was 12 million for a day. It was really around 9 million. So we're really going from roughly 8.5 or 9 million to 3.7 million based on the activity in the fund and based on not replenishing risk management budget for any property claims, based on not recording anything for heart and hypertension. You're draining that fund balance down to 3.7 million. So any questions?
That's where we have
So
to figure
all
out.
the medical, right, this new Cigna, no, isn't going through here. Right? Okay.
No, the insurance is all status quo here.
Okay. So the risk that year 2 of Cigna, is not here, and this is not gonna cover it. We're not gonna come here and say.
No, we're
No.
not gonna have medical insurance in this, well, we can't, let's, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason that our medical insurance is in this fund is because it's self-insured.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
clarifying question, you bounced around a few different numbers on different pages, so I just want to make sure I understood it correct, so. The 3.753977 projected fund balance as of the end of fiscal year.
26.
Yeah. That assumes we stick with what has been budgeted, which
Right.
is 0.
For heart and hypertension.
So,
yes.
so if following the other piece of the question, the $314,000 delta between,
Guys,
Sorry.
between the 2.5 and the 2.8 that we discussed, that the extra 314, if we decide that as a board, we're gonna budget for that, so we don't draw down this fund
It would move
balance.
this up to 4
4
million.
million and
Yeah.
change. Okay, I just want to, that's how I understood it.
Yeah, so it would be,
Okay.
so right now we have 37,53,977. And if the board decided to budget for heart and hypertension based on what Milliman gave us, that would raise the fund balance to 4,568,443, which is a sizable fund balance. We may, that's a judgment call, so.
And the 325,534 reserve adjustment that relates to getting to the 3.2 that we just talked about. Start of the discussion, the 3213217.
That was the balance at the beginning of this year. That was the fund balance. That is the amount that got transferred into the internal service.
40 minus 325, hang on, so that is 325. Caitlin, I look at it one way, she looks at it a different way, but we came out to the same place.
Yeah.
So that number, let me just double check here. Yeah, so the 315, the way, so I said we would need 314, 460, roughly 350,000. Yeah, if you take her two numbers there, the 640 and the 325, that gets to the same number I
Right,
mentioned.
so if we put the 314, 466 in, the 640 would be offset by a negative 640, so that'd be it.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
So that
Wanna
would,
make sure
what that
that-
would do, to your point, is that would allow you
Neutralize the
to
year.
run heart and hypertension through here as an expense without using fund balance.
Right,
Yeah.
so neutral,
Correct.
in and out, yep.
Just
Thank you.
looking at this, I know you said the 12 million was unusual to have that be that high and then quickly drop down. And then it went to 7, but historically, going back, say, the last 5 years or so, what does this look like? Like, is the 3.7 much lower than we've usually
Yes.
seen?
So stand by. Let me see. I actually have, let me see. I have. So. So going back historically. This fund balance in internal service used to be negative in 2017 and 2018. 2019, it's 491,000. 2020, it got to, oh, I'm sorry, 2019, it got to 828,000. It was 4 million in 2020. It's been climbing since then. So the numbers, so since 2020, we've gone 4 million, 6 million, 6 million, 7.5 million. It was 12,048 at the end of 24, but again, that was driven by a change in accounting for the workers' comp liability, not by anything. It was sort of an accounting adjustment. The change in account, the fact that we discounted the workers' comp liability lowered the liability and therefore increased the fund balance by roughly the same amount as the heart and hypertension number. But the town did not, I don't know if anybody remembers, Mr. Centifanti, there was a debate about moving that liability into the internal service fund as of the end of last year versus the beginning of this year. But it didn't happen just because the CAFR was already done and whatever. So 12 million is not, I want to say, a real number. It was inflated by the fact that we had that workers' comp adjustment there without the offsetting heart and hypertension adjustment. So the real number for 2024 was probably about 8.5 million. So if you look at it that way, we're probably going from 8.5 million and then 2 years later getting 3.7 or 8 million.
So this part, and hypertension stuff, where, is this done after this year or doesn't this continue?
Yeah, we have a liability.
But
So the
when-
liability is booked, but the liability will get, even, it's just like pension, even though you have the liability booked, is a present value. So every year you'll have an expense to accrete the interest on it and any change in estimate on the liability. If, I don't know, for mortality or for any reason that the liability might change.
Is that for people that, retired with a pension? Like, is that plan closed or it's still open?
No, it's
still
closed.
active?
Yeah.
So it's closed.
That's close.
So it's only, should technically. only
It's a
go
run
down.
out. It's a run out.
But-
By the town booking the liability in this fund, it doesn't mean it's gonna be zero going forward, but the expense is gonna be less than it would have been had we just continued on the pay-as-you-go basis.
So this, having this fund balance has allowed us to not have to hit the budget for this. Right? Because we're using up the fund balance to take that charge, correct?
That's what's being proposed, yes.
But last year it was too, right?
Last year, we didn't, heart and hypertension wasn't in here at all. It was just pay-as-you-go. It was a line item within the budget. So if you look at the budget book,
When I look at-
last year.
When I look at,
yeah, so go to the
25, it
budget
is
book
in there.
and look at the HR budget, which is, I forget what page that is.
That was a separate budgeted item.
Yeah, so if you look at the budget for last year for HR,
yeah, it was taken out. I saw that.
yeah, this year it was taken out. Last year, you can see the numbers, it was always 500 to 600,000. And then this year it goes to zero.
Which year, I mean,
I'm sorry,
Just
fiscal
up.
26, it goes to zero. And that's because, the whole liability was put, instead of going pay as you go, the whole liability was booked as of the beginning of the year, but you still need an amount to true it up and reflect the interest expense on the liability every year. So, technically, And it's zero because we're using fund balance. If we weren't using fund balance, the budget number would be that 350.
So I guess on page 2 of this internal service fund.
Yeah.
For the projected for 2025. Why then am I missing something that heart and hypertension is in here? It is in here.
Yeah, so heart and hypertension was put in the reserve this year, in fiscal 25, the current budget year, via charging the beginning liability to the fund. That's the only way in order to get the liability in this fund, they basically debited expense, credited the liability, which effectively reduces your fund balance. So that 3,213,000 is the beginning liability for heart and hypertension that was put in the
So
fund.
moving it over to the fund.
Yes.
And then we're taking, so basically for 26 in the budget, we're taking this 1.65 thousand. No, sorry. It's this 640.
Yeah, the way I looked at it, again, I have a little bit, I sort of went through the accounting flow to look at it. So the way I looked at it, and I'll be happy to send this to you guys, but the beginning liability was the 3,213,000 that you see in this schedule, right? That's the beginning liability, that's on page 2. So that was established in this fund. Now, $640,000 of claims is going to be projected to be paid out of that liability. Right, that's a number from Milliman. So if you start with 3,213 and you pay out 640, that would leave you with a liability at year end of 2,573,000. Milliman says we're going to need 2,887,000, and that gets you to the 314 that should go in the budget. It's just a different way to look at it. It's a little bit easier for me at least, to think about the flows.
But then coming over to 26.
That's 26, the numbers I just, yeah.
Okay, so I thought the 314 related to 25, was that short for 25?
So, no, so according to Milliman, we need to end this fiscal year, June 30th, 2025. We have to we need our ending liability to be 3,213,000. So the town will need to book expense to get us to 3,213,000. And that ending number for 25 is also our beginning number, obviously, for 26. And then you'll start 26 with that number, you pay out claims, and then you've got to true up your liability to what you need, and you need 314,000 to be able to do that. So to Craig's point, it's a question of, if we can either put that in the budget, and, obviously that would be a small tax increase, along with the other things we talked about, or we agree it's appropriate to pay for it out of fund balance, which would leave you with this ending fund balance here. So.
I think I have a question, but I don't think I can ask it, because it's kind of where I think you are going, Jim, so.
Yeah.
I'll have to, I don't know how.
We have a potential,
No, I don't need to do that. We have another meeting on Monday anyway, so.
if we need it, yeah.
We need it, so, okay, let's move on. Since
Right,
it's a
does
lot.
anybody have any other? All right, so Tom, going back to your list, the next thing on here was the capital projects group salary capitalization. So you provided us with some information here. Do you want to walk through that?
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 pieces of information are missing. There should be a timesheet attached and then the allocation of the individual's time in terms of arriving at the budgeted allocation. So I can provide those, they also want to use a copy, those are dismissed.
It looks like they copied the same letter twice that got put in the backup.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
Yes, I
and
saw-
I think
I
they
went to the
did that,
backup.
yeah, I think they did that.
And on the soft copy,
Right,
it was
yeah.
there twice too. So. Look
Yeah.
at the two, wondering.
Yeah, they
It's
missed-
the
they missed
the
the-
date of
they
my
missed
daughter's
the-
birthday, and I don't see the difference, but. So should we go, we're gonna have to. review
So this, so
okay?
you've given us the policy
Yeah,
that we asked.
you know, I discussed this with, Joe.
Yeah.
I also reviewed with him the time, how we're gonna track the time. He was good with that. You asked him if we make reference to an accounting standard, ASC. And he indicated that in the case of a municipality, the guidance that we generally use for capitalization doesn't apply to municipalities. So we should just, yeah, he said you should just separate, reference, yeah.
Just reference gap, because, yeah. I mean, usually, like, you use Gatsby, but if there's not an applicable
Yeah, and I
Gatsby
use,
statement, you refer to
I make reference to
Gatsby.
AS 842, which I think is capitalization. He said, no, that doesn't.
So is this, I have a quick question. I want to do your own, like, the policy here that we put together, is this something that we'll vote on as a board?
I don't think we usually vote on accounting policies.
Okay, just was asking. So this is the policy, you spoke to Joe about
Mhm.
this. Went over it, he's good with it. All right,
Claire, you're saying this policy is written in accordance with GAP?
Yes. It's written in accordance with the guidance from GAP, yes. And I made reference to that in the memo.
Any questions on this? All right, so the next item that was on here was, speed light camera backup for that revenue. So that's on page, where is that? Long hard retention report,
94, I think. It'll give you
94.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one thing about everything? Are you going to share with us the times?
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Thank you.
And basically, you know, the individual project team members would have to count 8 hours every day. And they were assigned their time to whatever project that is going to be included in the capital project.
Okay.
But I'll send that up to you tomorrow.
Okay, so the backup for the speed camera revenue is here. I don't know if anybody has any questions on that, or Tom, if you wanna. This is from the chief.
Yeah, it's when you. Let's start with this, depending if you have any questions.
Yeah, and the first portion that you had seen was.
Was this provided to the RTM also? This is the same,
I believe. Not sure if the RTM actually saw.
He's representing mine. Says representing
Oh,
mine.
Well, hey.
Yeah, this was this. Yeah, this is, no, this was to the BLF, I don't think it was. BLF member.
oh, maybe, maybe
I think
Jim
you
asked.
asked.
State
rep.
Process.
Yeah.
Those are the
Honorable
questions.
question.
Those are the questions.
So I think the chief didn't necessarily know it was.
Thank you.
But, the only thing, and we're still working on, just identifying potential other locations, so we did list one of the qualifying areas is, as obviously the, the public works, the asphalt line, the sidewalk line is another place. But, the traffic division is gonna be another, it's not listed here, but it is,
Well, I'm sorry, where, I see qualifying expenses. It's
yeah, I think the pages are out of order. My packet, it's the very last page, has one of them listed.
Is that paving?
And
Yes.
it lists that, but there.
Oh, I thought that was for the parking authority.
No, it's not ordered.
Okay,
I think this is how it is. So if you look at the last page, there's that one item.
Public Works account
So
57.
we believe that there are going to be some engineering and sign replacement type, items that are in there, and then also,
so right now, we could say that our whole paving budget is a qualifying expense to go against the speed camera?
You can't say the whole paving budget would be, necessarily, I mean, I guess, it's interpretation and in theory you're improving. But we're not intending on simply just one for one swapping it. The idea that, is that when we make, more substantial safety specific improvements, that we would charge those on. So, as we're going through, there's certainly a lot of, ADA related items, there's also, better striping, you know, and lane narrowing, those types of items. So we're looking to put those charged against there. Harder to quantify, so it didn't make the cut timeline to be inside of the packet. But we have one of the, if not the largest, robust, traffic safety, divisions in our police department. And certainly we can charge, portions of that as well. So, and that is boots on the ground, and obviously, with the hiring of additional officers in this current year. The hope is to continue to be able to keep that, you know, and funding sources like this, be able to keep, you know, that dedicated unit sizable and out there and more often, so. So we believe we go very good.
Mr. Myers?
So it sounds like you've identified enough operating expenses, kind of go against this, but did you get any ruling as to whether or not you could, outlay? To, you know, to go against it, because, you know, there's some future year revenues where that might be the only thing that's left, I don't know, but.
So I know there was an entire set of links and packets that were sent out for everything from the state. And there was wording in there essentially about, you know, essentially, you know, directly impacting the safety of the roadway. And to that, you know, 875 based upon, you know, just the traffic division alone is probably worth, you know, rough numbers, it's worth at least $1 million a year in expense, probably a little bit more than that. You know, the paving sidewalk lines are worth more than 2 million, so we felt that, you know, in multiple locations, charging off, that we need that in this current year. Now, if this line, you know, if the line, you know, is more than that, right, revenue wise,
Yeah.
You know, in the future, you may not necessarily always have budget for the areas and you can charge the revenue off, in which case because it all goes into a fund and then gets charged against the fund. You may see the fund, you know, would start to accrue a balance, and then you do, you know, targeted. You may say, okay, we're going to send a traffic unit out for more overtime, we're going to put in, you know, additional, you know, do a specific signage plates of some sort. And those are things that we're talking about now. We're in the process of going through and getting the status on every single sign in the entire town, right? That's been updated in years, with, you know, GIS, locating as well. And so we have a better set of that. So, you know, those are the types of things. So that's why I say even in engineering, some of the things are in here, we may, you know, those are the types of things we may go charging.
So I just want to make sure I'm following what you're saying. So this projected revenue of 875, you're gonna put it in a separate fund?
It goes into its own fund, and it has to go into its own fund, and then you charge against the fund.
Which is gonna be what you're charging against it is what is considered safety improvements. So it could be various things like rubber striping, all kinds of things.
Yes.
That goes more towards the safe streets. So that's different though than when you first presented this, it wasn't going into a separate fund.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It's in the
No,
general.
it's my
Because that's
understanding.
exactly
what we wanted.
No.
Yes, I know.
That's what we wanted.
That's why I'm saying.
We were told that you couldn't do it.
No, to be clear, from an accounting purpose, the understanding is that you have to account for it separately and you can charge the general fund items against it. So that doesn't mean that it's going into a separate fund and none of these items can be used. You just, when the money comes.
When you
in-
say fund, do you mean account within the general?
Account, it's an
Okay,
account.
it goes into a separate
Separate
account, GL account within the general. fund.
Correct.
All right. Right, not
Sorry,
not
no,
like a
special
revenue.
It's not a special rem, no,
Okay.
but it does go into, yes.
It's segregated.
I'm using
Right.
the word
Right,
fund.
okay.
I
But
think
it-
those
but
things
it's
can be
under the-
used against,
under
I'm not
the-
questioning that, I mean, those are improvements to safety, I'm just saying, it's it's now being separately tracked. So you're gonna have the revenue tracked and then the offsetting expenses tracked within the same fund.
Correct,
You have to do it.
yes. Yeah, has to be separately.
We buy more cameras,
Find more
more cameras, put all over town.
for speeding.
Speeding, stop signs, stop lights.
Well, we're not buying the.
Yeah.
Can you?
We're not.
Is that safety? Is that?
So the ordinance right now
We're not
doesn't,
planning on buying.
the ordinance right now only allows for this, right? For school zones? Or I don't know.
It's,
The proposed ordinance, is it limited to school zones?
it's not, as I understand it, limited to, but we are focusing on. schools.
But that's the plan.
The whole, no one's rushing out, but I know it's been also.
Right.
Rushing out to put that like, we can't just simply align the post road and things like that, those are, most of the places you have that are state.
I will tell you in
roads, so
Florida,
that's-
they're in every corner.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. We-
They're in New York City, everyone.
The great until you go through that area, because my son went to college and they were in the air. And every single person knew where they were.
So just slow down.
And the cars told them where they were, or else they just.
Yeah, they are a deterrent, yep.
Well, they're a deterrent, but they cause traffic though. Because then you get to that spot and the people that know, slow down. 20 or 25 miles an hour.
That's what you're supposed to be
Yes,
doing.
Yeah.
fine.
That's
Going to school
but then
zone.
the line of people behind them start building up.
That's traffic, that's the speed limit.
What?
That's the speed
That's the
limit.
traffic calming measure, yeah.
I mean, like,
That's the purpose.
They have traffic.
Like,
Well,
We're not gonna solve this debate tonight.
I've been behind it, where there's 12 cars.
I get on that all the time.
And then-
I drive like.
Jim honking.
I drive 25 miles an hour. I regularly get cursed if someone tries to pass me on a double. line.
Look closely in your rearview mirror.
And then what
Probably
ends
give
up
me the
happening
finger,
is
too.
people start going into regular other neighborhoods to go past that.
Good, then they're not driving
That
by
will
me.
be.
They're not driving by the kids at least.
Take them down, it doesn't work.
All right, so are you,
Yeah.
I guess from a budgetary perspective, are you guys, and I know the chief, did the math on this. Can I just add, like, the administration, I mean, obviously, we're putting this, and I understand why you put it in the budget. I understand you think it's real revenue and we're not looking to create artificial surpluses and we think there's gonna be revenue, we should put it in the budget. I get all that. But how, given the fact that we've never done this before and the risks in terms of implementation and all that, do you guys feel good about this? Are you very confident about this number? Do you think there's cushion in this number? Is there anything?
Well, Ms. Charlton, can
Yeah.
I add to that? Because one of the things we asked for, I don't know if they got it or not, but was, I mean, during the meeting with the police, they said, we have traffic down. We have traffic, we have people.
Yeah.
So like, they should be able to prove out that, 15-20% of people are speeding. If not, then maybe we do adjust this. But if there is the actual supporting,
so
data, why don't we see that rather than this just sort of random?
we can ask them what data they can supply on volume. They have some data when they put up, when they put up, the signs and trailers and whatnot. There was some questions about just such a big volume number, 13,000. There's 6 locations. They run 24 hours a day. That's 6 citations in each zone per day. So 1 every 4 hours. I would challenge anybody to stand for 24 hours.
We don't need that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think, okay.
I'm just-
If there's a follow-up item needed, or if people want more data, I just wanna make sure I got
Let's
that.
get more data. If it's there.
The thing that bothers me is the installation.
No one trusts on
Yeah.
speed.
I heard
So-
months
Yeah.
later than.
4 to 6
8
months.
months.
So the installation time, we had a
Or
meeting,
this-
we had about this, tail end of last week. And we are looking at, I would say, early fall, as a window. And so,
You guys really should try and make sure you get your in place for the start of the school year.
so we're trying for the start of the school year. There's a possibility, it's a few weeks in, and there's a couple of different. There's just specific timelines where, like, if that has 60 days, but if they give it to you in 30 days, then you're fine. We have to put out, we have to put out an RFP. But to your point, because that was our sort of line, was we really would like to have this in for the start of the school year, we're darn close to it. We met and we laid out, a timeline that gets them out, the RFP gets posted. In the next week, it's like a 2-week window. We sort of walked through all the different things that start to shrink that timeline down to get us towards the end of that.
Step one is get the RFP out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Ruggiero?
So I guess, why are we then, like, if it's basically budget neutral, why are we picking up revenue? Like, if it's going in a separate fund, why don't we have it not part of the budget? Like, we picked up 875,000 in the budget. But that's really offset by expenses that are then not in the budget, right?
Right, but it should be the same.
The expenses in the budget.
The expenses were in the budget
Yeah.
anyway, so the revenue is
And I
incremental.
think I'm using the term fund, or saying, it's more of a.
It's an account.
It needs to be set aside, but it's on the it's in the general fund.
So we're already
But it's
spending the
set
money on paving, we're already
Correct.
spending the money on police officers for the traffic
But we
division.
charge.
But we can say that because we've got those expenses, those are qualifying expenses against this revenue, so we're not creating, the issue is this can't be just a revenue, so like a pure revenue source, right? So. Weird.
I just have a clarifying question, because I took notes during the presentation, and the chief was here. You just said 6 schools. My notes from the first meeting were 15 schools.
Yeah.
So there's 6 to start off, and then there's an additional 9 that are right behind it. We have been approved by the local traffic authority for, we've done the 9 as a second sign off, but they're further ahead on the first 6.
So was that a 3-month delay, a 6-month delay? Because that
When did
would
the second
affect.
nine come in?
The remaining 9 are a couple of months behind.
So you're talking
That's the revenue growth.
December.
No, but you
No.
calculated the revenue just based on 6 locations,
I
right?
No,
think if you were to
no.
take,
No,
Here's the math that they talked about in the meeting,
Okay.
because I took detailed notes. 5 tickets a day, per school day, times 15 schools, is 75 tickets a day, times, 20 school days per year, or over a 9-month period, equals 13,500 tickets. That's the arithmetic, times $65 a ticket on average.
that's what it says
That's
on here.
187.5.
Sorry, our thing is sideways, but it says total vehicle kilometer 90,000, violation rate 15%. That gets you your 13,500 violations.
Right, but if you build it up from the bottom up, it's 5 tickets times 15 schools, that's 75, times 20 school days a year, times 9 months a year, or 20 school days per month, times 9 months, that's 13,500 also.
yeah, but they're running 24 hours a day.
No, I understand but that's potential cushion, right? And it's gotta be 16 miles over instead of 11. It's 11 during the school day, it's 16 miles an hour on non-school hours.
So that's a good point, though. I missed that. So in order to get this revenue, this almost implies that we're gonna have all the locations
For 9 months.
online.
From the start of the school year.
So I guess it would be helpful, and maybe we could ask the chief or somebody to come, so the total vehicles monitored of 90,000 vehicles.
I mean, we can, I can ask you to go through again, where the volume numbers are and how we built this. I can tell you that this was the conservative approach when we started. I mean, our conversation at the beginning, what number are you thinking? And it was significantly higher than this. What number are you thinking to actually put into the budget to be cautious? And it was in this range.
Yeah.
So we went with, we're not gonna you know, blow it out of the water and on the backside of it, so this has a lot of cushion.
Well, I imagine that if you get 6 tickets a day instead of 5, that would make up for the 2 or 3 month delay on some of the schools or whatever.
Yeah.
You're gonna start hitting like 50 tickets a day.
Well, but the first 30 days are warnings, no revenue for the first 30 days as well, so that's another one.
That's
Tell me
right.
what
So
the
that's,
drop off is.
yeah, it would be good to see the build out, only because it's such a big number and it's brand new, so. And I think, the other point, and I think I asked you about this, what's our collection assumption? Cause you know, you get a ticket, somebody will pay the same, like I get a ticket, I'm like, oh, I go online, I pay it. Some people don't, you know, they need a reminder, it goes to collections, so there's a time lag, so I,
Booted.
what's that?
Some people get booted.
So,
There'll be booted cars all over town. It's
Well,
great.
no, I guess,
School zones.
I guess the question is, when you show the details of the calculation, I just think,
And it goes over.
yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. Okay.
I also,
He had also brought up that second offense. You get a higher, more expensive
Oh, that's
ticket.
true
Right.
too.
So he said that was some of the offset.
Yeah, there
For
goes up.
that?
I didn't know
Because he
that.
brought that up in my detailed notes. I did.
Okay.
But the only thing I will tell you is I had inquired, and they do, it sounded like, I don't know how, when the last time you heard, but I asked the other day. From state reps on how long this is taking, they said it's taking closer to 8 months
To
to
get it,
get everything.
to get it rolled out.
Yes,
And when are you starting with when's the anticipated start? So this still needs an RTM vote, right? Or no, they voted.
No, this
They
is
voted.
past year.
Okay, so they passed,
So
I'm
they
thinking
passed
the parking
it.
authority still has to. pass it.
The local traffic authority's done their piece, so we're good there.
Are you ready to go out to bid then?
We are in the process of putting the RFP, we're ready to be able to do that.
So if we went to bid April 1, let's say. What is it,
It's gonna be right about that point, that the town,
and then
2 week window, we're gonna put it out for, we're keeping it.
but then we gotta get all the equipment and stuff, right?
Now, we're not making the purchase, so the RFP process for us is really more gonna be about the service we expect to receive from the vendor. And potentially their exact, you know, fee structure, how much, you know, is on.
The technology that
All
comes
of-
from the state.
We're looking for all that to be done by the vendor. We don't wanna make any of the purchases, so. Some of them, you make all the purchases, you put all the things in place, somebody drives over it the next day, you have to replace it, it breaks, whatever the thing
They're
may
doing
be.
it all.
Some of them, you enter into a contract and somebody drives over it, they have 24 hours to put it in. There's a problem with it, the solar panel, whatever the thing may be, they're fully responsible. 2 years later, there's new technology, they put new technology. So a lot of this is moving, you know, no different than on the personal side of the world, business. It's moving to more of a, like a lease structure model. So we are looking to put out an RFP that we don't have, we're not in the business of hardware. Same with the signs, you can have them deal with all the signs, it all has to be the MUTC. Guidelines, so they'll handle all the signage installation and whatnot, so it takes the whole building out the zone off of us, if something happens with any that they have to maintain it all. So our biggest component here in the RFP is going to be, who do we ultimately want to do business with?
So then what causes the potential delays? Like, why does it take that long? Like the 4 to 6
So-
months?
are
and
there
why
other towns putting in their own?
Why are the 9
It's
schools
not gonna-
behind by a few months? Like, I guess I'm not
Well, they-
understanding what the delay, what's
Well,
causing that,
what-
it's not the vendor or the state.
So the 6 have already gone through our local, they've gone through our local process. And I believe, and don't quote me on this, we get, and you only get a better explanation, but some amount of vetting with the state. The 9, basically just right behind that in the queue, we started with the 6, we then going to the 9, so they're a little bit delayed on that.
Q is with the state, correct? Like the state is
Yeah,
making the
those-
decision on
yeah.
where they're sponsoring red light cameras in the school districts.
The state has to sign off on them and the criteria.
So they haven't signed off yet.
On the other ones.
I don't want to use.
Okay,
Just
okay.
at the end.
All right, so I think, so just to clear this up, so we're looking for data.
if it's there, why wouldn't we look at it?
Yeah, I think maybe what we should do is make our question, be careful that our questions are very specific on this, so we get, because I had said calculation, so we got a calculation, but we didn't get all the underlying assumptions. So I think we just need to be maybe more specific and maybe that,
Just to clarify, like, it wasn't, I think they said two different things at the meeting. Like, one was, well, we looked at what other towns did, pick a number, and then the other was that, oh, but we've also observed traffic patterns in town, and I know that they collect that.
right,
They've done it on my street.
Yeah.
So, if the data's there, why wouldn't we look at it?
Yeah, no, I
It seems to be the whole picture of this revenue is becoming a lot less rosy than it was when we had the police here. That's.
Well-
What I'm hearing. I mean, there's delays, there's.
I think the bigger risk is the implementation. I don't think that the risk that they'll get 5 tickets.
No, hey, I mean, I'm really want these things. I agree with that, but let's, if there's information there, we should do it so it's clear for the public that, hey, this is a good estimate.
it's a good number, yeah.
And can we get from the chief the report that New York did on this, that he read? The chief said New York's done a study on it, so yes, over a year or two, it goes significantly down. So if we can read that, so we can make our own mind, because maybe they have percentages on what they've seen in that study.
Maybe they got
You
huge
guys
numbers the first
write
year.
this down?
Whatever, might be huge numbers first couple months, then it goes down.
Right.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
Anything else on this? By the way, I forgot something in the internal service fund, which we'll have to go back to, so before we get too tired, let's try and do the rest. Okay, so that was the speed cameras. Um,
If you want to do a little reading, there's a lot of articles about how much revenues towns in Florida are generating from this, and the evidence is that people don't stop speeding.
People don't have.
Let's take it
Put
up.
one on my mailbox.
or you forget, the cameras, the thing is yellow.
Well,
We can be the pilot program.
I'm happy. I want to go rock the car.
Okay, so parking authority, we can move, all right, so we have some still outstanding items on that. Parking authority. We don't have the,
Legal.
okay, so that's still an open item. And the RTM is supposed to vote on this next Monday, or next
Scheduled for Monday.
okay.
Just a question. Are we gonna get the person, in here, to talk about it?
who's that person?
The person who runs the board that's there, that manages today.
Oh, okay, Eileen,
Yeah, I mean,
Laura.
For what purpose?
Why would we?
For the budget?
for,
I think she appeared before the RTM for
she
the,
did.
for
last
the
time.
ordinance, but for the budget, I don't know that we need her. We have all the budgetary information. I mean, unless there's specific questions, we should lay those out, because we're not making a decision on whether to do this. We're just trying to make a decision on whether the budgetary amounts are correct. So,
The decision on whether to do this is made by the RTM.
by the RTM, yeah. So I think,
Do we have a decision that where we think the revenue should go? Should it go into a special account? That this board can recommend?
this board can recommend whatever it wants, so
Yeah.
we know what the administration has proposed. We're supposed to put the revenue in the general fund, which for the first year or two will result in a net benefit to the town, because the expenses of operating the parking authority we have to use their existing cash and reserves can't be used for any other reason. So the expenses will go against that, which is in a separate fund, but the revenue will come as a benefit to the general fund. So the
I'm
board,
saying the special fund for the revenue start building up, but when the parking lot is done the next.
yeah, I mean, this board can make whatever motions it wants on the budget, but we all, like right now.
Can we establish a parking authority to deal with?
I don't care if it's on the town side.
Yeah.
I just want I'd like there to be a fund that builds up. So that we're not having a bond and then have the taxpayers of this town paying for 20 years on some drainage program over there, or another park, a pavement thing, or lighting, or whatever. While we're just taking the revenue and kind of artificially lowering taxes, but then doing these bonds every couple of
So
years.
do you have was information provided to the RTM on what the future capital plan might be for this thing?
They did provide, a schedule, roughly $500,000 in items that are on the list, so we do plan on working.
Are those
through-
near term, long term? What are they?
We need to evaluate some of the projects, like, the Southport lot, and the number that's in there and the timeline of it. numerous projects, are probably, near term over the next 1 to 2 years, so. If you'll notice within the budget, we put $150,000 into this year's budget to assume, right off the bat,
Okay.
we're looking at a lot of projects.
Okay, so can we get their,
Am I missing something? Aren't there capital projects essentially paving and lighting and striping? That's about it, right?
Drainage, I would imagine.
Drainage, things like that. There's nothing else.
What about
really.
the steps going up to?
They don't own the building, right? They don't maintain the building.
They do maintenance on the buildings, on there's a couple of projects that they will do in this current year, so that's not gonna sit on their schedule of things to be done now.
Who paid for the insurance, the liability insurance for the whole place?
They
Slip and
are,
falls, like, the ice build up and I'm walking at 12 o'clock at night, and somebody didn't properly shovel or one of the cases we were talking about.
so the town does that, shoveling.
Yeah.
So just so if it's not done right, the town is essentially the contractor on that and has liability no matter whose policy it is the owner or landlord or one. They pay a portion charged back into what we do our self-supportings for all their various insurance coverages. So they sit on the town's.
they're on the
insurance
town's
coverages.
policy?
I only alluded last night to some standalone type policies. I've been coming to meetings and I'm sick the last 2 days, so I need to tomorrow try to just get some data on what they may be taking on their own. But any policies and anything that they're doing, ultimately, everything they do, they're technically a part of the town. So they are on REIN, they do all their duties on the book and credit out. So any scenario where somehow we're not liable, somebody puts in falls, is not the case. It's been falling back on the town.
Well, if there's like, say they weren't doing their paving, there's a crack, or there's a heave in one of their sidewalks. Or there's a partial tread off track on going up to the Huntsville Road. Stuff like that. I mean, I presume we'll be adding this property, it will be extra expense by adding this to our insurances.
Was it not there before? Isn't that what he's saying?
I don't know, I think you said that they might have had insurance, no?
She mentioned that there's some policy that sounded duplicative because all the other coverages are part of ours.
Okay, so the town's been having this as part of their insurance plan every year?
Correct, and we charge back to them. But for instance, the items you mentioned, those potentially be large claims that would hit, on excess lines, right? That would hit.
Yeah. Well, because running late for a train, go down those steps, or faster than I thought, of, like one wrong step.
Yeah, be
And
careful.
your life's probably over.
Never
It's
anywhere.
straight down.
All right, so it sounds like parking authority will have just a quick follow-up discussion, understanding the capital projects. And again, like if board members are not comfortable when we vote on the budget, if anybody wants to,
So can I ask one additional question? I believe, Amy, you mentioned that there was some email correspondence sent from the parking authority out to its past holders, not in support of this move, right? They were opposing it. The Ms. Flora, who runs the parking authority, was just speaking to the RPM. Is she now supportive of this move, or is she?
Definitely not.
I'm trying to understand.
No.
Yeah. Now, and is she?
No, you're
paying-
gonna also send another notice out to all the people that park there to come to the RTM meeting next week.
Yeah, so and she's paid by her time is not volunteer, she's paid by the parking authority, correct? And now would she become a town employee at that point? I just want to clarify.
so she'd be like a department head. Got it.
So do we understand her grievance?
She was fine either way when she sat down with us, so. She apparently has changed her tune and I can speak to fine, that's for her to decide.
Interesting, okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
She will be a department, we're gonna have a department for that?
It's a parking.
Parking authority versus.
parking department. I mean, it's gotta be in the town somewhere, so.
All right, that's a.
Right, in the
Very
org
small
chart,
part.
in the org chart you gave us, you have the parking authority under operations, right? Yeah, okay.
Seems like it should be like Parks and Rec, because that's where most of the expenses, not Parks and Rec, I mean, DPW, that's where the expenses are gonna be coming out.
Yeah, it might be with Indeed, yeah, we'll have to, okay. Okay, so, and then the legal analysis, we'll have that by the time we do it again, right? We've got to, because if the RTM is voting on it, I think,
Look, I mean, I guess the question is, are you looking for full blown?
I don't know, I guess if the RTM passes the ordinance, they have what they need to do that, and I know the town attorney has spoken to them, and he's gone through this, and he doesn't have, says there's no issue with the lease. He's explained all that, I just didn't know if he had put anything in writing, and I thought we were gonna get something in writing, if not, I don't necessarily wanna spend money to make him create a memo, if he can just talk to us about it.
Yeah, and for full blown opinion, we've had him focusing on the other one right now.
Yeah.
For the reporting, so, you know. I'm not sure.
Well,
between now and
this
then.
board has, I mean, is it, if we wanna ask, Mr. Pierce to just be available that night, we can do that, I suppose, okay. And then the next item was the legal, again, I don't think this is an issue, it was just an open item. So that the reorganization, no issue with the charter, he is providing an opinion on that,
I
right?
think exactly what we want.
Okay, and that'll be,
Taking a little longer than.
Okay.
Okay.
okay, and then Parks and Rec, we have that, so we know what we need to, that's just information for us so that we can make those adjustments on the night of the budget vote or propose those adjustments. So we do have to go back to internal service fund, but the unemployment analysis, I didn't see that in here. Is that ready yet?
It's in here.
Oh, it is? Okay. Oh,
It's on the opposite.
We
side of
pages
Park
back
and Rec.
then or something,
okay.
it's before parking authority,
That's right. I did see it. You know what? I did see it. Okay.
it's the third page.
Yeah.
Third page.
That, it's got the monthly amounts in it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Unemployment, town
But
of
that's what
Fairfield,
you-
there's like 5 columns.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, so,
So we have 125,000 in the budget. We're proposing to increase that to 170. We've taken the average of the 4 fiscal years in terms of actual costs, which is 166,000.
So. Where, I'm sorry, can you just repeat, you said we have in the budget, how much, I'm sorry?
125,000 on page 101.
So 125,000, that's on page 101. And you're proposing to take it to 165?
I propose 170. The average is 165.
Thank you.
Why wasn't this in the budget plan? I know you were.
Because we hadn't gotten an update from the consultant.
So the 125 was based on best info at the time, 170s.
Still- mystified how we got a 4-year average of 165 when we have these 3 numbers of like 148.
Yeah, I think there are some inconsistencies in terms of how they are reported in the budget versus what's on the schedule. For instance, if you look at I think it's
So like fiscal
fiscal year 24.
Yeah, fiscal 23, for example, says 135, that's close to the budget
Yeah.
book. Fiscal 22, 145, kind of close to the budget book. It seems like what's driving it up,
Fiscal year
honestly, is
20
fiscal 24
Yeah,
is
fiscal
very
year
high.
24, he actually, I don't know how they got, I don't know what's in fiscal 23. But we have 16,653 in our fiscal 24, and he has that in his fiscal 23. So 16, and I don't know if it's because of the timing of the in the report. I don't know how he reported his, but again, the 16,553 that we have in September of 2023, he had in the was in 23 there.
Questions on this?
So you're gonna have a 45K adjustment?
Um, 45, correct.
How do you calculate it to the right?
Yeah, go back to the internal service.
No, don't touch the interruption.
No, we're done.
Okay, and then, oh yeah, in a minute. Okay, was there anything, okay, so that was unemployment. Okay, so the last item, I think,
That was last time.
yeah, the last item, we need to just, one thing we forgot to discuss on the internal service fund. Go back to the schedule. Under the general liability column,
What page?
There you are.
Page one?
let's go to the budget, well. Let's go to page 2. to Start, because that's the current year we're in. So if you look at that column, so we talked about general liability claims in executive session, right? So that's the, so the 1,886,667.
Yep.
That's the estimated general liability claims that'll be paid out in the current year, similar to what we discussed in executive session. Town property claims are below that. That's a separate number. And that's getting charged against this fund as well in the current year. And if you go to next year, which is page 4, what's in this analysis is basically keeping those things flat. General liability and property claims of roughly $600,000. So just to point out that those things are running through this fund. But they don't have a corresponding replenishment in the budget. So that's also going against the fund balance,
Another drain,
the property claims, right? So
$600,000.
if you go back years ago, we used to do that in the risk management line item. And we haven't booked anything in that risk management line item for several years because we were building up the fund, this fund balance was getting larger and larger and larger. So now the fund balance is going in the other direction, but these property claims are still happening every year. And that's adding to, that's another unbudgeted item. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
So effectively, we're gonna have a clip.
Eventually,
No, it's gonna zero out the fund. and then we'll-
Zero.
Well, you're gonna have no fund balance, you're gonna have to put it back in the budget.
Right.
Which I'm.
They're running it through the fund.
Well,
This.
that's pretty.
It's something that we gotta add back, which is.
At some point, the question is, do we, I guess the philosophical question, yeah, all these things cause a cliff. The question is, do you want to budget money to put in this fund to maintain a higher level of reserves? Or are you comfortable with roughly $4 million in reserves for this fund? I mean, my personal opinion, I'm comfortable with 4 million, but that doesn't mean there won't be a cliff at some point. So it's just to point that out to everyone.
It's like where, it's like, where does this end now?
Yeah,
So like.
it ends at some point,
If you
yeah.
think the next budget's not gonna have any amount taken out for health insurance again, they're not gonna be able to suffer a $2.5 million cliff. They are not gonna be able to suffer it, so they might reduce it by a little bit, plus the $600,000. Plus the amount for the heart and hypertension.
So just pointing that out.
just-
So I just
This
want to
will
make sure.
evaporate in 2 years.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's aware of this because the things that are flowing through this fund currently. It includes workers' comp, that's budgeted. It includes medical insurance, that's budgeted. Now it includes heart and hypertension, not budgeted.
But partially. And we would
Wait,
potentially.
what? Partially what?
The 640 versus the 325.
No, that's not budgeted. It's coming out of fund balance.
But I thought what we talked about earlier was the difference between those two is what we would need to put into top.
We
it off,
need
so
to
it's
put in the
neutral.
budget, but it's not in the budget. So right now, what goes in this budget is workers' comp. So money's been budgeted in the general fund to put in here for workers' comp.
Yep.
Medical's been budgeted in the general
Yep.
fund to put in here for medical. Heart and hypertension is not budgeted, so what's flowing through here is hitting fund balance. General liability and property is not budgeted, in the general fund. So what's flowing through here is hitting fund balance. It's just an awareness that right now, when you see this fund balance going down, it's not simply because the town has taken, you know, the $2.5 million. It's that we're seeing claims come through for other items that we're not replenishing the budget.
What is an example? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
What's an
Continue your
example
thought.
that's pulling down this town property thing? What's the 400,000?
There are, you know, a big chunk of it is, police cars that are involved in accidents. And these small claims that, you know, maybe, going against the deductible that doesn't cover it.
We never used to. do
Fire
that.
engines that are in accidents.
We never used to do
Now
that,
cars.
right? I mean, if,
Boats that sink.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to talk about
Just
that.
one quick question. So if I could say this another way, just to make sure I understand what you're saying. Heart and hypertension. Town property claims and general liability claims. And this usage of 2.5 million. Effectively is what I call a cliff. Is that correct? Meaning that they're not budgeted. So eventually, they're routine items. When they come back in,
Yeah.
they're a cliff. Just one.
I don't see where the revenue lines are gonna come from.
They have to come from the budget.
Yeah, I don't see, especially some of the stuff on an executive session. There's gonna be less revenue items coming,
Could be.
even less. And this fund's just gonna evaporate away.
Well,
Well,
even if you
Next
just take the
The last time we
875.
got. a
Yeah, no, the
negative-
fund-
last time we got a negative outlook was when our fund, when this internal service fund was in bad shape.
Right, well, that's why we talked about having a policy for the fund balance here, which we don't have yet. I don't think anybody's got any intention, I'm sure the administration doesn't, of letting this fund balance go to zero or negative again, but that means at some point you have to start budgeting. So whether that's this year, next year, those are all decisions, but just wanting to make sure that we are all looking at this the same way.
Make that decision a week from tomorrow.
When are we gonna get this list of items? I mean, it's getting kind of late
Yeah,
in the game, like, how are we supposed to talk about this?
Monday,
You gotta memorize, don't
not,
you?
not Monday, but I think it's gonna come down to Monday, we're gonna have that makeup meeting. And we have a few items left here, so for Monday, unless anybody wants something else, here's what I've got on the list, open items. The police data for the police, the speed light camera revenue, current volume, we wanted something from New York, I think we wanted to talk to the police chief, parking authority, capital projects. And then the open item is the one-time items that's still open. And Tom, was there anything else on the list that we didn't get to today? Oh, risk manager salary, risk manager job description.
I thought there was gonna be also all the salary moves we had talked about.
Yeah.
So what was in, that's what we've been waiting for, some things had salary increases,
Yeah,
but some
like-
didn't, we were gonna get a
The
walk.
head count.
The IT guy didn't get a raise, but.
that's on the contingency.
Yeah, that was on that, but we
Right, but there was-
didn't talk.
It's inconsistent from the budget.
Right.
When we
Like
went
that
through it, we were
upward
supposed to get all the
day,
moves and then all the new heads. I thought we were getting some more on the head count stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think the confusion on the, salaries that were in the budget. Basically, there were 3 people that they who, if you look at what was in the fiscal 25 budget. They had a salary in the fiscal 26 budget was higher because they had gotten a longevity increase. And that was why those, I think there were 4 people like that.
So let me just make sure we have everything, because we have one more shot at this, so. The police, more data supporting the police, for the red light camera calculation. We asked for, volume, we asked for Jim, I don't remember the report from New York, but whatever, we'll ask for that. Capital projects relative to the parking authority. The list of one-time items, the head count and the, the salary adjustments. Was there anything else we're missing? Oh, the risk management, job description, and
Are we doing anything with that compensation,
sorry,
or risk management compensation with that too? Because it didn't look low.
the salary benchmark, yeah,
Yes.
the job description and salary benchmark, yep. And then, is there anything else? Oh, and then I guess for the, somebody wanted more information on the investment income.
Oh, yeah.
Is that it?
We bring the donuts on dinner.
He's the new guy,
The new guys.
yeah.
All right,
last time.
I'll take a
What?
French
I brought him
fry.
last time. I had great
my
expense.
favorite.
You brought them last time?
Yeah.
$200 worth of donuts. Yeah.
You did?
We're only there for like 10 minutes.
It was a lot. Nobody ate them.
Where were the donuts?
They were on the side. I laid him out. It was really
I
embarrassing
always
for
ate
me
the
because I
donuts.
literally like laid out.
Last year.
I used to bring them to football every game, and they went like hotcakes.
Oh, I told you.
I think I had a wrong.
So then it's Jim, new guy. Sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah,
Second.
done.
Good night.
I think it's gonna be packed this time.
Yeah, I'll be busy this.
I believe
Yeah, 2 hours.